Welcome to Light Novel Audiobook. Uchiha Clan Extermination Night, start as Kanna-chan Chapter 1. Konoha 58 years. Ninja School. When Irika announced that he would stay in class tonight, Uchiha-tan knew that it was a shame. The key is that you have to stay in class, but it is a top student like Suzuki who has to stay in class, while poor students like Uchiha-tan can leave school early. Uchiha-tan, the get out of class is over, why don't you leave? Irika teacher, I think my grades are too bad, so I'd better stay with Suzuki. I'll stay in this class. This. Irika also felt very embarrassed at this time. Looking at Uchiha-tan, who looked like Jesus couldn't stop him, he really couldn't understand why the Hokage would give such an order. Swish! A root member suddenly appeared, and even Irika next to him was startled. Who are you? Are you from the Anbu? The root ninja ignored Irika and said in a cold tone, Kid, go home quickly and don't force me to do it. Uchiha-tan raised his head and stared at the eyes under the mask of the root ninja. I have already behaved so mediocrely, and I have always been on good terms with Suzuki, but Konoha is still trying to kill me. Since you, Konoha, must kill me, then don't blame me for turning the table. Uchiha-tan took a deep breath and said slowly, I know, but I have something to say to Suzuki before I go home. Humph. The root ninja snorted coldly and disappeared from the spot in an instant. 10. What's the matter? Suzuki walked over without any defense. Uchiha-tan is Sasuke's best friend. Every time he was scolded by his father and compared with his brother, Uchiha-tan comforted him. Uchiha-tan looked at Suzuki and smiled at him like a little son. Forgive me, Suzuki, this is the last time. Suzuki was stunned. Isn't this what his brother often said to him after realizing that he was being teased? He was about to get angry, but... Puff! A kunai pierced his chest directly. Suzuki looked at Uchiha-tan, who was just like a little son, and his face became expressionless at this moment. Why? Why? If you want to get involved, your family must be in order. A cold voice came out of Uchiha-tan's mouth. Oh, I'm not talking about you, Suzuki, I'm talking about your brother Uchiha Itachi. Suzuki wanted to ask something else, but the slowly losing vitality made him unable to make a sound, and finally he could only fall to the ground powerlessly. Everyone in the class was stunned. They could not imagine that Uchiha-tan, who had the best relationship with Suzuki, would actually kill Suzuki. The friends covered their mouths with horrified expressions. After all, this is the peaceful Konoha. The so-called genin graduation is similar to ninja playing house. Irika was the first to react. He immediately captured Uchiha-tan and shouted angrily, Uchiha-tan, do you know what you are doing? Uchiha-tan did not answer, but he felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Swish, swish, two root ninjas jumped in from the window again. At this time, they did not realize the seriousness of the matter. What should we do? Should we kill this kid on the spot? Let's hand him over to Danzo. That's right, these two root ninjas were arranged by Danzo to rob and kill Uchiha Itachi, but they were controlled by Uchiha Itachi with illusion and stabbed each other with knives. In their opinion, Uchiha Suzuki died, and Uchiha Itachi was going to die anyway. Bang! With the sound of pushing the door hard, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed in anxiously. He ignored everyone and came to Suzuki to check. He found that Suzuki was really dead. Even with his calmness, he couldn't help but roar. Uchiha-tan, do you know what you are doing? Of course I know, everything I do is for the will of fire. Uchiha-tan looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and showed his sunny smile again. Hokage, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you are too heartless. If you want to destroy the clan, you have to destroy it completely. You dare to leave Sasuke behind. What if he grows up and takes revenge on Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Uchiha Tan, not understanding how he knew Danzo's plan. This child is only 8 years old this year. He just killed his friend and he can still laugh. Irika, cooperate with the Anbu and send the children back first. Yes, Hokage-sama. Irika's heart was very complicated at this time. He seemed to have discovered some big secrets from Uchiha Tan. Just now, Uchiha Tan mentioned the extermination of the clan. Whose clan was exterminated? Was it the Uchiha? Why did Konoha want to exterminate the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Tan glanced at Naruto and found that apart from fear and anger, there was no sign of the Nine Tails chakra erupting on his face. Bad review. The same thing happened to the Six Paths Sage. The chakra host of his own son was dead, but he didn't use the Amanuma spear to destroy himself and Konoha. Bad review. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely troubled. He wanted to kill Uchiha Tan, but he also knew that Konoha couldn't do without Uchiha. He needed Uchiha to contain the Nine Tails, but this Uchiha Tan was too mature and it was difficult to brainwash him with the will of fire. Now Sasuke is dead, and he can no longer contain Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette in a somewhat irritable manner, and looked at Uchiha Tan with complicated eyes. Although Uchiha Tan just said that he was doing it for the will of fire, he was not soft-hearted when it came to killing his friends. If he dared to sneak attack and kill his friends today, he would dare to sneak attack him, the Hokage, tomorrow. Uchiha Tan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Third Hokage, what are you looking at?" Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the other side, at the Uchiha clan leader's house. At this time, the Bianlang family was feeling moved by themselves. Uchiha Fugaku, so that's how it is, Itachi, you're on their side. Uchiha White Eyes Wolf wiped a few crocodile tears from his eyes and said in a trembling voice, "Dad, Mom." Uchiha Fugaku couldn't bear to see his eldest son in trouble, so he comforted him, "Itachi, finally promise me, Sasuke is in my hands." White Eyes Wolf nodded, shaking hands, tears on his face, "I know." Uchiha Fugaku also nodded with relief, "Don't be afraid, this is your decision. Compared with you, our pain is only a moment. Even if we have different ideas, we are still proud of you." In order to dispel the guilt of his eldest son, Uchiha Mikoto also persuaded, "Itachi, you are really a kind child." Faced with his parents' comfort, Comrade White Eyes Wolf decided to kill his parents with tears. Swish! The knife flashed, and Fugaku and Mikoto officially went offline. Uchiha Itachi wiped his tears, looked at his parents' bodies, and was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Looking up at the blood moon outside the window, he murmured, "Sorry Sasuke, this is really the last time." He had no choice at all. Danzo told him that he could either do it himself to save his brother and the reputation of Uchiha, or Konoha would do it and all the members would be buried with Uchiha. Choose the lesser of two evils. Uchiha Itachi is a man who can think with the thinking of a Hokage at the age of 4. He can only choose to do it himself. Uchiha Fugaku is dead, get ready. Swish swish swish. A root ninja appeared and surrounded Uchiha Itachi in the house. Chapter 2 Uchiha Clan Land. Uchiha Itachi frowned as he looked at the corpses of the root ninjas on the ground. It was obvious that this group of root ninjas was no match for Uchiha Itachi. He had long expected that Danzo would go back on his word, but he didn't expect it to be so blatant. At this moment, a space vortex appeared beside Uchiha Itachi. The person who came was Uchiha Obito, who was wearing a shit yellow mask and only one eye was exposed. Obito said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Itaki, let's go." Uchiha Itachi shook his head, "You go first, I still have some things to deal with." "Are you waiting for your brother Uchiha Sasuke?" Obito sneered and said again, "I think you should not wait." Uchiha Itachi did not answer, but turned his head and looked at the person who came, and his eyes also turned into Mangeki Sharingan. "Well, I just heard that your brother Uchiha Sasuke is already dead." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi trembled, his pupils dilated, and his hands covered his chest. "This is impossible. His body is now in the ninja school, and it was an Uchiha student who killed him." Obito didn't know Uchiha Tan, but only knew his identity from the family emblem on his clothes. Obito's tone even had some gloating. "Since you, Uchiha Itachi, can kill other people's children, babies, and old people, then why can't others kill your brother who made your brother no longer have the family to back him up?" Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to be willing to keep the child. "Come with me. Konoha has no place for you." "No, I don't believe it." Uchiha Itachi covered his chest with his hands and knelt on the ground. Sadness and anger filled his chest. "Uchiha Sai." Uchiha Itachi said the name in a deep voice, disappeared from the spot with a flash body technique, and rushed to the ninja school at the fastest speed in his life. Obito sighed and used Kamui to disappear again. "It's not true, it's not true, all of this is not true." Uchiha Itachi murmured to himself while rushing on the road. However, when he rushed to the door of Sasuke's class, his trembling hands were placed on the door handle, but he dared not push the door in. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed from inside, "Itachi, I'm sorry." Uchiha Itachi heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice and felt even more desperate. The moment he pushed open the door, Sasuke's body lay quietly on the ground, with a kunai stuck in his chest, and an expression of disbelief on his face. It hurts too much." The moment he saw Sasuke's body, the pain in his heart was hundreds of times more than when he killed his parents. He could never imagine that Sasuke would die in front of him. No matter what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, he seemed to be unable to hear it. He just stupidly came to Sasuke's body and held his body in his arms. Uchiha Tan watched with interest. After a while, Uchiha Itachi asked in a tone without any emotion, "Why?" Uchiha Tan looked around and saw that there were only 3 people in a body in the class. After confirming that Uchiha Itachi was asking him, he smiled and answered, "Of course I did it for the will of fire." Uchiha Itachi raised his head, and his Mangekyo and Uchiha Tan's black pupils met. "Aren't you and Sasuke best friends?" "Itachi, you only lost your brother, parents, and the whole family for the will of fire." Uchiha Tan said this, pointed at himself again, and said in a tone that was infuriating, "And for the will of fire, I lost Sasuke, my beloved friend." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and looked at Uchiha Tan. He felt that the child was hopeless. He wanted to keep him and wait for him to grow up to contain the 9 tails. But seeing his crazy look, he decided to give up, lest Uchiha Tan turned against Tiangang and controlled the 9 tails to attack Konoha. Shaked his head, got up and went out. Tsukuyomi. At this moment, Uchiha Tan was pulled into the Tsukuyomi space and tied to a cross. "No way, Itachi, you actually used the Mangeki Eye technique to deal with a kid like me who didn't even open his Sharingan." At this time, Uchiha Tan was also a little panicked. Although he was ready to be killed, the reason why he just angered Uchiha Itachi was to seek quick death. But looking at Uchiha Itachi's appearance, it was obvious that he didn't intend to kill him, but tortured him instead. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi was ashamed. His only motivation to live was Sasuke. Now Sasuke is dead, and it was Uchiha Tan who killed Sasuke. A long knife appeared in his hand and stabbed it fiercely into Uchiha Tan's chest. Puff. Fuck, Uchiha Itachi, you are not. Is there something wrong? I just killed your brother. Is it necessary to be angry about such a small matter? Puff. You have killed so many babies, pregnant women, and old people. I forgive you. Why can't you forgive me for killing Sasuke? Puff. We are all for the will of fire. You killed me with a knife and then committed suicide. The clan should be in order. Don't cause trouble for the will of fire. Puff. Okay, I admit that I am not for the will of fire. I killed Sasuke purely for fun. Didn't you kill those old, weak, women and children for fun? Itachi, we are the same kind of people. Uchiha Tan was severely traumatized at this time, and he was in pain. He was not a person who liked to suffer losses, so he simply used words to attack the pain in Uchiha Itachi's heart. Facts have proved that he succeeded. Uchiha Itachi became more and more angry as he listened. His heart was countless times more painful than Uchiha Tan's spirit. Shut up! Uchiha Itachi finally broke through the defense and roared, "What do you know? Uchiha has decided to rebel. If they go to war with Konoha, they will definitely lose, and there is a high probability that it will trigger the Fourth Ninja World War." Uchiha sighed and panted. The severe mental trauma made him unable to hear what Uchiha Itachi said at all. But you don't need to listen to know that it is nothing more than the peace concept he thought out. He was too lazy to refute anything. Anyway, no matter how he refuted, the other party would not listen, not to mention that he killed Sasuke. Anyway, as long as Uchiha Itachi stabbed him, he would say something heartbreaking to stimulate the other party. There are two advantages to doing this. First, it can divert a little bit of mental pain, and second, it can hurt each other. After resting for a while, I found that Uchiha Itachi was still yelling like a crazy woman, completely without the calmness in the original book, and I was even more disdainful. "Why are you yelling so loudly?" Uchiha Tan glanced at him and asked unhappily, "I know you are going to exterminate the clan tonight, and I also know that the result of your negotiation with Konoha is to keep Sasuke, so I shamelessly wanted to stay and not return to the Uchiha clan, but the people of Konoha refused. I knew that I would definitely be killed by you after I returned, and I had no ability to survive under your butcher knife, so I could only let Sasuke die." Uchiha Tan said here, and showed that harmless smile again. "Itachi, in the end you are still narrow-minded, isn't it? Just the death of a younger brother, it's not a big deal. For the will of fire, the younger brother or something, just die." Puff. The answer to him was Uchiha Itachi's stab. "Fuck, Uchiha Itachi, you bitch, can't you afford to play? Parents can die, why can't your younger brother die? Where is your will of fire?" Chapter 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the role-playing system. The initial role is Kanna-chan. Release the task, Unify the Ninja World. Kanna-chan, Kanna-chan, from Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. Just when Uchiha Tan thought that he would be tortured by Uchiha Itachi in the moonlight space for 3 days and 3 nights, the golden finger that is essential for time travelers finally came. At this time, Uchiha Tan's mouth corners raised, and his eyes looking at Uchiha Itachi were full of sarcasm. "Uchiha Itachi, do you know what an electric dragon is?" "Uchiha Tan, no matter what you say, you can't change your fate." At this time, Uchiha Itachi didn't know whether it was because he had heard too much or because of his heartbreak. He continued to torture Uchiha Tan woodenly. If you want to say regret, he really regrets it. It's not regret for exterminating the clan, but regret for not being able to protect Sasuke. If he could do it again, he would choose to take Sasuke away from Konoha directly, and never care about the life and death of Konoha and Uchiha again. At this moment, he realized that Konoha and Uchiha were no longer important in front of Sasuke. Itaki, you are still too weak. Why are you so weak? If you had the strength of Uchiha Madara, Sasuke would not die. In the final analysis, it was your weakness that killed Sasuke. Uchiha, who turned on the system, sighed incomparably. At this moment, he didn't care who was right or wrong between Uchiha and Konoha in the final analysis. Weakness is the original sin. If Uchiha was strong and had the strength of Uchiha Madara, then Konoha would not dare to force Uchiha at all. If Konoha was strong and had the strength of Senju Hashirama, then Uchiha would not dare to rebel at all. The initial role was Kanna-chan, an electric dragon who had lived for more than 14,000 years and was able to defeat the Six Paths Sage. To put it bluntly, even if the entire ninja world was destroyed, it would only take a few minutes. System, I want to play Kanna-chan. Just when Uchiha Itaka thought that Uchiha-tan was crazy, suddenly a strong mental force burst out from Uchiha-tan. The next second, the Tsukuyomi space collapsed. Uchiha Itaka's spirit returned to the real world, covered his bleeding eyes, and slowly stepped back a few steps. If it was just the backlash of Tsukuyomi, it would not have caused Uchiha Itaka, who had just opened the Manjiki, to be like this. The main reason was that Sasuke's death was too much of a blow to him, making him lose his life goals. He looked up at the opposite side, and Uchiha-tan had disappeared, replaced by a little loli. The little loli was about 1.1 meters tall, wearing a gothic Lolita outfit, silver-purple twin ponytails, blue eyes, horns on her head, and a tail behind her. Although Uchiha-tan was wearing Kanna-chan's style, he didn't have any of Kanna-chan's cuteness. He opened his hands and felt his own powerful strength, ha ha ha. Ga. Just when Uchiha-tan was about to become the fifth laughing Uchiha, he found that his voice had turned into Kanna's lowly voice, and his laughter stopped abruptly. Uchiha Itaka frowned. Who are you? Where is Uchiha-tan? Uchiha Itaka, it seems that you have understood the pain a little, but my pain is still greater than yours. Uchiha-tan, who played Kanna, made a Kamehameha wave gesture with both hands, and a violent electric current gathered in his palms. Electric wave. Boom. A current pierced Uchiha Itaka's body at the speed of thunder, and the remaining force penetrated half of Konoha. Quack quack quack. Uchiha Itaka turned into a group of crows, used the crow clone to come to Sasuke's body, held the body in his arms, and looked at the little loli in front of him with an incredible face. The power of that attack just now exceeded the tailed beast ball, right? Unlike the explosion of the tailed beast ball, the attack method of the electric wave is penetration. Who are you? Where is Uchiha-tan? Uchiha Itaka asked again. Although he looked very tired at the moment, he did not lose his mind. He had a clear purpose, which was to kill Uchiha-tan and revive Sasuke. Kanna-chan tilted her head and looked at Uchiha Itaka with a playful look. After playing the role, just write the name of the role played. After all, Kanna-chan is played by Uchiha-tan, so use him instead of her. Thinking in his heart, the Konoha high level wanted me to die, the civilians also hated Uchiha, and other families have been watching the joke. Since they think that the Nine Tails rebellion was caused by Uchiha, let the people of Konoha see what is the power that surpasses the Nine Tails. Bitch, I should have crushed you to death like an ant, but now Sasuke is dead, it seems that letting you live is the best torture for you. The voice of the lowly, the tone of cold ice. You really are Uchiha Po-tan. Uchiha Itachi felt something was wrong. What was going on? Why did Uchiha-tan become a little girl with terrifying strength? However, what made him even more angry was that the little loli opposite him seemed to have not heard his words at all and ignored him directly. Amaterasu. A black flame appeared, and Kanna-chan just glanced at him lightly, and then disappeared on the spot. The next second, he turned into a flash of lightning and appeared at the door of Naruto's house. Just as he stopped, several Anbu ninjas appeared in front of him. Although Kanna-chan's appearance was very deceptive, anyone who saw her would only think that she was just a little loli with no power. But because the way she appeared was too amazing, coupled with the noise caused by the electric wave just now, the Anbu did not dare to be careless. "Who are you? Why?" Bang! 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 Before the leading Anbu could finish his words, Kanna had already attacked, and in a flash, she blew up all the Anbu with one punch each. It was a literal blow, and blood mist was still floating in the air. Kanna's clothes and face were stained with a lot of blood. She licked her tongue and said morbidly, "I don't eat beef." After suddenly gaining a surge in strength, the cowardly waste Uchiha-tan had disappeared, replaced by Kanna, who was more Cao Suecan than the motherland. What a pity! If the system had appeared earlier, my dear friend, you wouldn't have to die. Kanna sighed slightly. Sasuke was his beloved relative. It was a pity that after he killed Sasuke, he didn't let him open his Sharingan. Such a beloved relative, it's better not to have him. Shaking his head, he strode into Naruto's room. Looking at the messy room and the expired food around, it's no wonder that Naruto was a dwarf in the early days. Naruto looked at the sickly Kanna in front of him, and suddenly his face turned red, thinking what a cute little girl. Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am, what's important is Nine-tailed fox." After Kanna finished speaking, she used her mental power to invade the sealed space in Naruto's body, and saw the nine-tailed fox trapped in a cage. In the sealed space, the nine-tailed fox opened her eyes and looked at the little Lolita who was only 1.1 meters in front of her. As if she saw something terrifying, she immediately exploded. "Who are you?" "It's not important who I am, what's important is..." Kanna raised her lips, and pointed at the nine tails with her short hand. "Kuroma, I want you to help me practice. Are you going to let me out?" Kanna didn't answer, and her short hand slowly approached the sealed door. Just then, Minato Namikaze's consciousness suddenly appeared. This was the backup he left in Naruto's body. "Who are you? What do you want to do by controlling the nine tails?" Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared, and he was obviously a little surprised. "I didn't expect that the person who appeared in Naruto's sealed space was a cute little loli who looked only about 7 or 8 years old." Chapter 4. Kanna, who had read the original novel, would not be surprised by the appearance of Minato Namikaze. Besides, Minato Namikaze was just a soul now and could do nothing. "I controlled the nine tails just for fun." Minato Namikaze was extremely shocked when he heard this. He thought the little girl in front of him was crazy. Controlling the nine tails was just for fun, but considering the age of the little loli, she must be immature, so he tried to persuade her in a coaxing way. "Well, little sister, isn't the nine tails for playing?" Kanna felt a little funny when she heard Minato Namikaze's tone. This yellow-haired man really thought she was a little girl. Putting aside his 8-year-old age, Kanna's age alone is more than 14,000 years old. Okay, the nine tails is originally a toy, why can't it be played with? If you don't play with it, do you have to buy melon seeds for it? Minato Namikaze was a little overwhelmed when he heard this. He was just a soul and couldn't do anything about the other party's behavior. He was not good at persuading children. Just like that, he watched Kanna open the seal. However, what made Minato Namikaze feel strange was that the nine-tailed fox didn't seem to want to come out. What was going on? Kanna also frowned and asked in a lowly voice, "Kurama, don't you want to go out and make a scene?" "Who are you?" The nine-tailed fox was in a defensive state, looking at the little lowly in front of him with a vigilant face. The beast's intuition told it that the little lowly in front of it was an extremely terrifying existence. Even when it faced the six-path sage, it didn't feel so much pressure. Kanna sighed, accelerated, and disappeared from the spot, and appeared above the nine-tailed fox's head the next second. Boom! The little baby fat fist punched out and knocked the nine-tailed fox to the ground, and even the entire sealed space was shaky. Kanna jumped under the nine-tail's eyelids, and faced the beast's eyes that were bigger than hers, and said lightly, "Kurama, be obedient." "Humph. As you wish." In the face of absolute strength, the nine-tails had no choice but to borrow Naruto's body to completely transform into a tailed beast. Kanna stood on the nine-tails' head, with her hands proudly on her waist, looking at Konoha in front of her with a pretentious look. "Nine-tails, come and send the tailed beast Jade to help." Following Kanna's order, the nine-tails began to condense the tailed beast Jade in its mouth. Boom! As the tailed beast Jade hit the Hokage rock, the whole Konoha shook. The violent nine-tails chakra instantly attracted the attention of all Konoha ninjas. At this moment, they remembered the fear of being dominated by the nine-tails. "Go and inform the Hokage, the nine-tails is out of control. There's someone on top of the nine-tails, attack her." An Anbu went to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the other Anbu attacked Kanna on top of the nine-tails. "Anbu, your path is narrow." Kanna stretched out her chubby palm and clenched it quickly. Several lightning bolts fell from the sky, directly splitting several Anbu into ashes. After getting rid of several Anbu, Kanna pointed at the locations of the four families of Sarutobi, Mitamon, Teitin, and Chimura. "Kurama, fire." "As you wish." The nine-tails did not dare to resist, and condensed four-tailed beast Jades at the fastest speed, hitting the four major families respectively. When the people of the four major families reacted, the terrifying tailed beast Jade had already fallen, and the explosion instantly swallowed up half of the lives of the people of the four major families. Uchiha Obito watched from a distance, and for a moment he felt inexplicably fearful. It's not the fear of the nine-tails, but the fear of Kanna on the nine-tails' head. The power of thunder, no chakra fluctuations. "Who are you?" Uchiha Itachi stood on the roof of the ninja school and watched all this, without much fluctuation on his expression, or he was numb. Just quietly holding his brother's body and began to think. Why did I see so many Konoha ninjas being killed, and my heart was not fluctuating? Why did I still not fluctuate when I knew that Konoha would be weak and it would easily trigger the Fourth Ninja World War? Yes, it turns out that I don't care about these at all, or compared to my brother, everything seems less important. Sorry Sasuke, maybe I am really too arrogant. Itachi smiled bitterly, took out a huge scroll, and put Sasuke's body into the scroll. After that, he carried the scroll on his back and left Konoha without looking back. Even if Konoha had ninjas killed by the nine-tails every second, he still had no fluctuation. Even if the whole Konoha was destroyed now, he didn't care. After seeing the strength of Kanna-chan, who Uchiha-tan transformed into, he knew that if he couldn't kill her, he would not waste his efforts. He believed that there were thousands of ninjutsu in the ninja world. There must be a ninjutsu that can revive his brother. According to the records of Uchiha history, Izanagi can revive others, but he will only use Izanagi for himself, not for others. Why did the nine tails appear? It must be that demon fox. Hokage should have killed him directly back then, the demon fox called Naruto. Facing the death of ninjas and civilians every second, a group of unruly people didn't know whether it was because of fear or something else. They actually put their hatred on Naruto, instead of Kanna, who was on the head of the Nine Tails. At this time, Kanna listened to these remarks with interest and couldn't help laughing. It's really interesting. When others say you are a demon fox, you'd better be a demon fox, otherwise you will die miserably. Am I right, Kurama? Very correct. Although the Nine Tails was sealed in Naruto's body, it also knew the treatment Naruto had suffered. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen gathered all the ninjas that could be mobilized and began to rush towards the direction of the Nine Tails. He cursed Danzo in his heart. He didn't show up during the last Nine Tails rebellion, and he won't show up this time either. What on earth was that idiot thinking? Seeing a tailed beast ball hitting the village from time to time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was bleeding. But he didn't have the speed of Minato Namikaze, and Konoha wasn't as small as it looked in the anime. It would still take time to get to the Nine Tails. Fortunately, Kanna also discovered them, and controlled the Nine Tails to rush towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a while, the two finally met. Everyone looked at Kanna on the Nine Tails' head. No one knew her at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and asked, "Who are you? What is the purpose of releasing the Nine Tails to attack Konoha?" "It doesn't matter who I am." Kanna looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a playful look on her face. "As for why we attack Konoha, of course, it's because all the ninjas in Konoha, including civilians, are born evil Konoha people." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was choked. Isn't this the evaluation of Uchiha that the teacher and Danzo often talk about? Now that someone has evaluated his Konoha in this way, he realized how uncomfortable this feeling of frustration is. But there is no way, just like Kanna said, weakness is the original sin. If the other party is just a weak chicken, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not take it to heart at all, and will just crush him to death. But the other party is now standing on the head of the Nine Tails, and the place where they are is still Konoha village. Once a real fight breaks out, even if they win, Konoha will inevitably suffer heavy losses, and just wait for the four major countries to divide it up. Chapter 5. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen looked constipated, Kanna was also confused, thinking, "Where is Uchiha Itachi?" You know, Uchiha Itachi is a ruthless man who killed his own family for Konoha. Now Konoha has suffered heavy losses, and it may no longer exist if the war continues. Why doesn't he show up at this time? This is unscientific. From the original work, Kanna doesn't think that Uchiha Itachi will collapse because of the death of his brother. Just when Kanna was thinking about it, the three tribes of Ino, Shika, and Cho, as well as the Abarame and Inyazuka tribes who arrived later, finally stood up to block Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's really a Konoha person who is born evil. Kanna gave an order to Kyuubi expressionlessly. "Kyuubi, launch the tailed beast balls at the families of Ino, Shika, and Cho, Inyazuka, and Abarame." What the people of the tribes were shocked. They didn't expect the other party to be so decisive and launch the tailed beast balls without saying a word. But fortunately, Kyuubi was a little stupid, and scratched the fox face with his claws a little embarrassedly. "Well, I don't know where their family is. Then attack indiscriminately, since they are all born evil Konoha people." "Got it." Kyuubi said nothing and began to condense the tailed beast ball again. "Stop, the double transformation technique." Akido Tingzu used the family's secret technique at the first time, transformed into a giant as big as the Kyuubi, and then turned into an invincible wind and fire wheel to crash into the Kyuubi. Kyuubi looked contemptuous and planned to use the tailed beast ball on this dead fat pig first, but Konoha's secret, shadow binding technique. Narashikaku cooperated with the shadow to lock the Kyuubi, but it was extremely difficult. Hurry, I can't lock it for long. Yamanaka Inoichi took the opportunity to use the heart and body technique on Kanna, and instantly took herself away, foaming at the mouth. Kanna looked at Yamanaka Inoichi with disdain. She actually tried to control a dragon that had lived for more than 14,000 years. What on earth was she thinking facing the invincible wind and fire wheels that were charging at him? Kanna did not hold back, and made a move with both hands to activate Kamehameha. Electric wave. A violent lightning bolt shot out from Kanna's hands, directly piercing through Akimichi Chosa's body, and coupled with his own rapidly rotating body, he was directly cut in half. Ninetales also took this opportunity to break free from Narashikaku's shadow binding technique, and immediately turned around and took him away with a tailed beast ball. Except for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was at the level of Kage and barely dodged, all the ninjas and buildings guarding him were spared from a devastating blow. All this happened too quickly. From the time that Inoshikajo attacked to the group's annihilation, it only took a few seconds. With the death of the 3 clan leaders of Inoshikajo, the remaining people present showed an expression of disbelief. You have to know the strength of the cooperation of the 3 Inoshikajo. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to say that he could take him down, but he did not expect that 2 died and 1 fainted after just 1 encounter. Kanna was not in a hurry to continue, but looked at the people of Konoha with interest. Found that the Hyuga clan was missing. Did they find out that the Konoha high-level officials planned to exterminate the Uchiha clan, so they didn't show up? It's not that the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan are so good, it's probably just that they feel sad for the rabbit's death. At the same time, in the Hyuga clan's clan territory, as a marginalized clan, Hyuga Hayashi knew that after the destruction of Uchiha, the next clan to be suppressed would be their Hyuga clan. Now that Konoha has a powerful enemy, he will not use the lives of his own clan members to fight for the Konoha high-level officials. As Kanna ordered the Ninetales to stop, the major ninja clans also stopped. This is of course the result of strength. If Kanna was just a weak chicken, she would not even be qualified to negotiate. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no time to be sad. He looked up at Kanna on the top of the Ninetales and forced himself to calm down. According to the analysis just now, Kanna's strength is not weaker than the Ninetales. If it continues, Konoha is likely to be destroyed. Who is your excellency? Maybe we can talk about it. I don't think there is any deep hatred between us and you. As long as you ask for it, I will try my best to meet it. Is that so? Kanna sat cross-legged on the head of the Ninetales. When he activated the golden finger, the system also issued him a task, which was to unify the ninja world. Although he didn't know what would happen after unifying the ninja world, he decided to unify the ninja world first. Maybe being a Hokage is not bad. In the name of Konoha, directly launch the 4th Ninja World War against the ninja world. How about this, Sarutobi Hiruzen? You commit suicide, let me be the 5th generation Hokage, I will naturally not attack my own Konoha, not only that, I will also protect my Konoha. Kanna looked at the ninjas around her and asked arrogantly, I've finished speaking. Who agrees, who opposes? For a moment, many people who were not brainwashed by the will of fire turned their eyes to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Judging from the losses of Konoha tonight, even if Kanna left with the Ninetales, it is not certain that the 4 nations would let Konoha go. Konoha would also find it difficult to withstand it at that time. It would be different if Kanna was the Hokage. After all, Kanna has enough strength to defend Konoha. As for those civilian ninjas who cursed, there is nothing to say. They are just a group of idiots brainwashed by the will of fire. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He is not yet old enough for Orochimaru to invade Konoha, but he has not lived enough. If you want to die in battle, it's fine, but how can you let him commit suicide? Are you kidding me, sir? I don't have time to kid you. My only goal is to get rid of the Konoha high-level officials. As long as you get rid of all the Konoha high-level officials, I promise that I will protect Konoha. Although Kanna doesn't eat beef noodles, he is not a murderer. As long as those who have no conflict of interest with him don't jump out to commit suicide, he will naturally not do it. Looking at the tangled face of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kanna continued to bewitch. Back then, the fourth-generation Hokage Minato Namikaze sacrificed his life to save the villagers under the claws of the Nine Tails. Now it's your turn as the third-generation Hokage. Isn't it just suicide? It's not a big deal. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around. If only his life could be exchanged for the entire Konoha, he might agree. But Kanna asked for the entire Konoha high-level officials. Others didn't know, and Danzo would definitely not obey obediently. And he was not sure whether Kanna kept her word. The third-generation Hokage committed suicide just because of a few words from the enemy. If it got out, where would Konoha's face be? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were firm, and his hands began to slowly seal. Kanna squinted at him. Although she didn't know what seal Sarutobi Hiruzen was making, there was a high probability that it was the Shiki Fusion. Really, Sarutobi Hiruzen, can't you just die? After Kanna finished speaking, she began to gather violent lightning energy in her mouth. Thunder dragons. Chidori. At this critical moment, a white-haired man appeared behind Kanna at some point, holding Chidori and the three Magatama Sharingan, and attacked him from behind. Chapter 6. Kakashi watched Chidori getting closer and closer to Kanna, and Kanna was about to use her ultimate move, so she didn't have time to stop it. He was secretly happy. It seemed that he was going to succeed. As long as he could get rid of this terrifying loli in front of him, he believed that the third Hokage should be able to deal with the remaining Nine Tails. However, the little loli suddenly grew a plug-like tail to block Chidori. The plug collided with Chidori, and in less than 0.1 seconds, Chidori's lightning chakra was absorbed, and then another second later, his own chakra was also sucked dry. Just like that, Kakashi, whose chakra was sucked dry, rolled his eyes and fainted on the head of the Nine Tails. Shit, baboon, you are imitating others' sneak attacks with such a small amount of chakra. Kanna cursed, picked up Kakashi, dug out his Manjiki Sharingan, and threw him down casually. Just when Kakashi was about to fall to the ground, a green shadow caught him, and the person who came was Might Guy. Might Guy handed Kakashi to an Anbu ninja, then turned his eyes to Kanna, who was studying the Sharingan, and became serious for a rare time. Kid, who are you? Why did you attack Konoha? Oh, it's Might Guy, you are here to thank me for not killing Kakashi. Kanna put the Sharingan in her pocket and waved her hand with a nonchalant look. No need to thank me, although Kakashi attacked me, I am not a stingy person. Might Guy looked at Kakashi, who was unconscious after his eyes were dug out, and then looked at Kanna, who looked like she didn't need to thank her, and his brain didn't react for a while. He wondered why he should thank her, although Kanna did let Kakashi go in that situation just now. Kai, you come to hold the enemy, I will give him a fatal blow. Just when Might Guy was confused, Sarutobi Hiruzen's cry pulled his thoughts back. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he couldn't drag it on any longer, otherwise Konoha would really be finished. Kanna then turned her gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and her light blue eyes vaguely saw the phantom of the god of death behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kanna thought about it. Although a 14,000-year-old electric dragon might not be afraid of the god of death, but she decided not to take the risk. The next second, Kanna appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and her chubby palms turned into dragon claws to hold his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled, and before he could make the next move, Kanna's dragon claws squeezed hard. The watermelon exploded, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's entire head was crushed. There was no back and forth battle. According to the historical records of Konoha, the strongest third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in history was killed in just one move. Kanna shook off the blood on her palm and said with disgust, "Really, I asked you to commit suicide, why can't you just do it? You have to dirty my hands. Damn it, you actually killed the third Hokage, the seventh gate of the 8 gates, the gate of shock, open." Might Guy was very angry when he saw the third Hokage being killed in front of him, and he directly opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates. Kanna could actually kill him before Might Guy opened the 8 gates, but he didn't do it. He also wanted to see if Night Guy could break his dragon body. "Only the 7th gate, why don't you open the 8 gates directly? Can't open it, or do you look down on me?" Kanna asked with her head tilted. Nine-tailed Fox came over at this time. "Boss, how about letting me come? Don't get in the way." Kanna waved her hand, her eyes did not leave Might Guy. The next second, Might Guy came to Kanna at a speed that ordinary ninjas could not see with the naked eye. So slow. Kanna shook her head, tilted her head to avoid the fist before it hit him, and then she spun, jumped, and kicked. Boom! She kicked Might Guy a kilometer away, leaving a long trail on the ground. Bang! A ninja's kunai fell to the ground unconsciously, and then he knelt on the ground with his hands covering his head. "How can we win against such a powerful monster?" "It's okay." Kanna appeared in front of him with a teleportation, and put her palm on his head. "When I become Hokage, we will all be one family." "Ho Hokage." "Yes, when I become Hokage, we will all be one family, but you just called me a monster, so..." Bang! The watermelon exploded, and Kanna's head exploded with a brain blast, and then she looked at everyone. "Subordinates cannot scold me, the future Hokage, this is the will of fire." Just then, an air compression cannon came from a distance. "Day Tiger!" Kanna blinked and chose to dodge, and then Day Tiger hit the Konoha ninja. Might Guy's move killed at least several Anbu and injured more than a dozen Anbu. Kanna had no expression on her face. Looking at Might Guy half kneeling on the ground and breathing heavily, he thought that Might Guy at this time should not be able to open the 8th gate. He shook his head and announced lightly, "Might Guy brutally killed Konoha ninjas. As the 5th Hokage, I declare Might Guy as a Konoha S-level traitor." "Where is the Konoha Anbu?" The Konoha Anbu looked at each other, wondering if they should listen to him. Kanna waited for a long time without any response, and frowned. "You are indeed born evil Konoha people. It seems that you can't stay. 5th Hokage, I am here." A smarter Konoha Anbu half knelt in front of Kanna at the first time. Under the leadership of this Anbu, all the Anbu knelt down one after another. Kanna turned her eyes to other family members. "What about you? Do you also want to betray Konoha and the will of fire?" Facing Kanna's indifferent tone, other Konoha family ninjas knelt down one after another. Kanna nodded in satisfaction. If the other party didn't know what was going on, he didn't mind learning the fantasy in his countryman's mind and directly using the crescent moon sky strike to sweep across Konoha. Put the Konoha rebel ninja Might Guy in Konoha prison. Moonlight Gale, you take 2 people to the route to capture Danzo. Yes. Moonlight Gale's expression was as if his mother had died. Asking him to take 2 Anbu to capture Danzo, is it too much to think highly of him? If you want to kill me, just do it directly. Is it necessary to kill someone with a borrowed knife like this? Kanna didn't want to embarrass Moonlight Gale, mainly because his consciousness had already discovered that Danzo had run away. Besides, Moonlight Gale is the protagonist of Shippuden. How could he die so easily? Not to mention Danzo, even if Six Paths Madara and Six Paths Sage came, they couldn't kill Moonlight Gale before Naruto progressed to Boruto. There is no Gecko Gale in Shippuden, and Uchiha Kanna was the first to disagree. Anbu will clean up the battlefield. Tomorrow, the elite Jonin and above, as well as the heads of the major families, will come to the Hokage building for a meeting. After Kanna said that, she jumped on the head of the Nine Tails, Kuroma, returned to the Uchiha clan. After a while, the Nine Tails disappeared from everyone's sight. Just left like that. Inyazuka Hana sat on the ground with some exhaustion, mainly because she was scared. Abarame Shiki glanced at her, shook her head, and began to arrange the aftermath. Now Yamanaka Inoichi and Kakashi are not dead, they are just in a coma. Since Kanna has no intention of pursuing the matter, he will naturally send the two to the Konoha hospital. As for Might Guy, he can only be wrong to stay in the Konoha prison for a while. Chapter 7. Time came to the next day. All the ninjas and civilians were watching, because in the face of absolute strength, they had no choice. The only two remaining high-level officials, Koharu Udaten and En Mitaman, were also taken to the Hokage's office by the Hyuga clan, waiting for Kanna's decision. In fact, Kanna had forgotten about them. If it weren't for the Hyuga clan, the two of them could have escaped from Konoha. It was obvious that Hyuga Hayashi had a grudge against the Konoha high-level officials because of the death of his brother Hyuga Hayashi. Danzo had a large number of younger brothers, so they couldn't do anything to avoid losses. You two have no people and no strength, who else can we do if not you? At this moment, the huge body of the Nine Tails slowly walked towards the Hokage building, and Kanna sat on the head of the Nine Tails. Kuroma, this is my Konoha now, be careful when you walk. Got it, boss. The Nine Tails was like a husky at this time, and didn't dare to resist at all. Don't look at Kanna's small size, but she can be knocked down with one punch. At this moment, an Anbu knelt in front of the Nine Tails with the Hokage robe and hat in his hands. God Hokage, this is your Hokage robe and hat. Oh, not bad, the clothes were made in one night. Kanna jumped down from the Nine Tails' head, put on the god robe with the words God Hokage written on it, and put on the hat with the word fire. You are very good and have a future. Kanna walked towards the Hokage's office step by step in the Hokage robe, and when she arrived at the door, she kicked the door of the office without saying a word. Boom! Door! The ninjas in the office all looked at Kanna. After all, except Uchiha Itachi, who knew Kanna was Uchiha Tan, no one knew the little loli in front of them. However, thinking of the damage Kanna caused to the village last night and the Nine Tails squatting outside and watching covetously, no one at the scene dared to speak. Kanna didn't care about that. Before the system was turned on, he shamelessly became Sasuke's beloved relative. Now that he has absolute strength, what he has to consider is how to be the master of this ninja world and not eat beef. Kanna first cast her eyes on the remaining two Konoha F4, just right, I'll use your 2 lives to ignite the first fire of my rise to power. Who are you? I have no grudges against you. Puff. Kanna was too lazy to talk nonsense with Udaten Koharu, and threw a kunai to pierce her forehead. Mitaman N saw that his old friend died so shamelessly. A high-ranking Konoha was stabbed to death by an ordinary kunai, and he quickly began to beg for mercy. Please let me go, sir. I am still useful. As long as you leave me, I can help you contact the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Puff. Without waiting for Mitaman N to finish, Kanna also gave him a kunai, making him and Uchiha Koharu have the same fate. You are so confused. If you send the daimyo's family to sell salted duck eggs, won't the entire fire country belong to me really? Kanna looked at the bodies of the two with disdain, and waved to the Anbu, drag them out and throw them into the death forest to feed the beasts. Yes, Lord Fifth Hokage. After two Anbu came in and took the two bodies away, the scene became quiet again. Last night, the Konoha high-level officials planned to exterminate the Uchiha clan, and then a strange little girl suddenly controlled the nine tails to cleanse Konoha with the tailed beast ball. After successfully eliminating the Konoha high-level officials, she unexpectedly became the Hokage. Kanna then cast her eyes on the ninjas in the conference room. Even Kakashi, who was blind in one eye, was there. Kakashi came here this time to see if he could get back the relics left to him by his best friend, and to plead for Might Guy. Kanna was also having a headache at this time. Although she was now the Hokage of Konoha, he was different from Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was definitely impossible for him to stay in the Hokage building to handle official business. Now I am issuing the first order as the fifth Hokage of Konoha, announcing Uchiha Itachi as an S-level Konoha rebel. As for the crime, Kanna said this with a sneer on her face, and said lightly, the crime is that he defiled Asao and made her pregnant. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. If you say that Uchiha Itachi slaughtered the Uchiha clan and announced that he was an S-level Konoha rebel, it would be reasonable. Isn't your crime too cheap? Even if Uchiha Itachi really did something worse than a beast, this crime would not reach the S-level. And this new Hokage, why doesn't he seem to be reliable at all? Seeing the silence, Kanna looked around with her light blue eyes and asked lightly, why, do any of you have any opinions? The silence continued, and no one dared to answer. Kanna smiled slightly, sighed slightly. It seems that all the people in Konoha are born evil. They don't listen to the orders of the Hokage. Then there is no need for Konoha to exist. I agree with the order of the Hokage. I agree too. Everyone was frightened when they heard Kanna say that the people of Konoha were born evil, and they all raised their hands to express their agreement. Kanna nodded with satisfaction, and then touched her chin with her short hand. Thinking about who to burn next. Finally, his eyes were fixed on Cataract. When I watched Naruto in my previous life, I felt that this Cataract family was similar to Konoha F4, submissive to the outside world and heavy punches to the inside. In the face of the pressure of Konoha F4, they would only compromise, and in the face of the branch family, they would only carry out endless oppression. Who else would they burn if they didn't burn you? He immediately slammed the table and pointed his finger at Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi, what does the caged bird mean for your clan? The people of the Hyuga branch are also the heirs of the Will of Fire. Are you bullying the heirs of the Will of Fire? Do you want to rebel? Ah! Hyuga Hayashi didn't react for a while, and was confused. Why did the Hyuga clan rebel? After reacting, he hurriedly explained, replying to the fifth Hokage, the caged bird is to protect the weak Hyuga clan members, and there is no such thing as oppression. However, Kanna didn't care so much. Whether you are protecting or oppressing, he just didn't like the caged bird. I don't want to hear this nonsense. When you go back, remove the caged bird. Why? Kanna stared at Hyuga Hayashi and said in a baby voice, because my orders are absolute. This is very unreasonable. Hyuga Hayashi was sweating profusely at this time. However, before he could answer, an elder of the Hyuga clan standing behind him jumped out to object. I object. Even if you are the Hokage, you have no right to interfere in the internal affairs of our Hyuga clan. Kanna glanced at him and fired a lightning energy cannon. Boom! The elder of the Hyuga clan was blasted into ashes by lightning. The energy cannon pierced through the wall of the Hokage building with its remaining force until it disappeared into the sky. Kanna still had some residual lightning energy in her mouth. She pouted and said unhappily, "Really, I didn't ask you. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Chapter 8. After Kanna killed the Hyuga elder who was talking a lot of nonsense, she turned her eyes to Hyuga Hayashi again. "Hyuga Hayashi, can his words represent your Hyuga clan?" "No, that's just his personal." Hyuga Hayashi said this, and felt that there should be many people in the Hyuga clan who had the same idea as the Hyuga elder just now, so he quickly changed his words, "At least it can't represent my ideas." At this time, everyone present dared not breathe. This is the benefit of lawlessness. After all, since Kanna appeared, she has killed more than half of the ninjas from the 4 major families of Konoha in one breath, and the tailed beast ball bombing of Konoha has killed at least tens of thousands of civilians. Is that so? Kanna touched her chin, thought for a long time, and then asked, "Then do you have the ability to execute my orders and release the bird in the cage?" "Well, although I am the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, I don't have much power, and it is probably difficult to convince those elders." Bang! Kanna slammed the table and stood up, saying viciously, "Very good, openly disobeying the Hokage's order, I declare that those who disagree are all evil Hyuga clan members, their behavior is equivalent to treason, and they need to be eliminated. Hokage, please allow me to go back to the clan to persuade them first. If they are still stubborn, it will not be too late for Hokage to take action." Hyuga Hayashi quickly knelt on one knee and begged. It's just that he was bitter in his heart. It is estimated that except for him, no one else in the Hyuga clan would agree to lift the caged bird system. But judging from the character of the new Hokage, the consequence of disagreeing is estimated to be a massacre, but once that happens, the strength of his Hyuga clan will definitely be greatly reduced, and it will regress to the level of a second-rate family. Listen carefully, everyone. This ninja world only needs one voice, that is my voice, Kanna Kamui. I am the destiny, and the entire ninja world will be unified by me. Kanna waved to Hyuga Hayashi, "Go, I'll give you an hour. If the other party still disagrees, you will lead the tribe members who agree to leave the tribe, and I will personally deal with the group of rebellious ninjas who betrayed the Will of Fire." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Hyuga Hayashi did not dare to delay and left the Hokage building in a hurry. It was the first time for everyone to hear Kanna's self-introduction and the domineering declaration. It's just that the people here may have been brainwashed by the Will of Fire, and they didn't feel that these words were domineering. Instead, they felt that the peace that was hard-won should not start a war. It's just that they didn't dare to refute it because of Kanna's strength and her moody personality. Kanna doesn't care so much. He doesn't need others to agree, he just needs to obey. Okay, now let's talk about the next thing. Danzo led the entire root ninja to defect. I now declare him an S-level defector from Konoha. As for the crime, Kanna was in a dilemma when she said this. What crime should she give to sexy son brother? Although Danzo has a lot of crimes, and every crime can convict him, those crimes are too meaningless. The crime is that he is Shimura Danzo, who is born evil. Hokage. Just then, Moonlight Gale, who was responsible for arresting Danzo last night, reported, "Last night I found a lot of evidence of human experiments at the root base, including orphans from Konoha village. No need, the crime I convicted him of is that he is born evil, and that's enough." Kanna knew the little things Danzo did without Moonlight Gale's report, but it was really unnecessary. As long as your strength is strong enough, I say you are guilty, then you are guilty even if you are not guilty. For example, Uchiha Itachi said that he defiled a cute sow, so he defiled a cute sow as long as he is not involved. Danzo is not that annoying. He has his own clear purpose and takes action for it. His purpose is to become Hokage, so he sent someone to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen. He wants the Manjiki Sharingan, so he attacked Uchiha Shisui. He hates Uchiha, so he killed Uchiha. His work style is very similar to mine, except that he has a golden finger, while Danzo does not. At least he is not as annoying as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi knew that Danzo killed Shisui, but not only did he not think about revenge, he became a knife in Danzo's hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew what Danzo did, but he let it go. In addition to needing Danzo to take the blame, it is also possible that he loves Danzo deeply. On the other side, the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi has explained Kanna's intentions to the elders of the Hyuga clan. Anyone who disagrees with the abolition of the caged bird system will be defined as a traitor. What he dares humph, it's just bluffing. Hayashi, how can you be the clan leader? Just refuse this kind of thing directly. That's right. Konoha is in a weak state now. I don't believe he really dares to attack us, unless he doesn't want to be the Hokage. The elders of the clan said one thing after another, but no one agreed. They are used to being high and mighty. If they are freed from the caged bird, their rights will be greatly reduced. Hyuga Hayashi just watched coldly. Although he is the clan leader, his power is not as great as these elders who are in collusion. He couldn't even decide the death of Hyuga Hayashi. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hayashi was too lazy to persuade him. He also rushed to take the people of the branch family in Hinata out of the clan to avoid being killed by the new Hokage by mistake. Since you think the new Hokage dare not attack you, just pretend I didn't say it. Hyuga Hayashi left this sentence and got up. For a moment, the elders present were all confused, thinking that Hyuga Hayashi was a little too proud. Humph! It seems that Hayashi is no longer suitable to be the clan leader. I agree. Just as the elders were cursing, they soon discovered something was wrong. Hyuga Hayashi actually walked out of the Hyuga clan with his family, confidants, and all the branch family members. Soon, half an hour passed, and Kanna officially descended on the Hyuga clan. Hayashi, are all the people inside betraying the will of fire? Reply to Lord Hokage, yes. Hyuga Hayashi said, and then closed his eyes. Not long after, there were bursts of screams and curses from the clan, and then everyone smelled the smell of blood. Hyuga Niji didn't know what was going on at this time. Just now, the clan leader found him and asked him to follow him out of the Hyuga clan. Not long after, a cute little girl in a Hokage robe came, said some inexplicable words and entered the Hyuga clan alone. Then there were screams from inside. He knew that many people died inside, and the dead were the elders of the main family and the elders' direct descendants who were usually high and mighty. About 2 minutes later, Kanna came out with blood on her face. I have already cleaned up the traitors. Hayashi, you send someone in to clean up the place. Yes, Hokage. Kanna nodded. If he hadn't taken into account the property of the Hyuga clan, he would have directly let the Nine Tails shoot a tailed beast ball, and there would be no need for so much trouble. Chapter 9. Just as Kanna was about to leave, a little guy caught his attention. Boy, what's your name? My name is Hyuga Niji. Ningji is not a genin yet, but only one level older than Kanna. He seemed very reserved when facing Kanna. It's a good name. You have the potential to be a Hokage in the future. Kanna left with this sentence. Although Niji is a genius, it will take a long time for him to grow up. so it's better to pick up someone who is ready. Kanna was out of time. After dealing with the rebellious ninjas of the Hyuga clan, she returned to the Hokage's office again. When everyone saw the blood on Kanna's body, they knew that Kanna had gone to kill again. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, they only feared Kanna in their hearts, but did not respect her. Kanna naturally didn't care about these things, and he didn't need these people to respect him. Just being afraid was enough. Sorry, I wasted a little time. Let's continue the meeting now. Kanna looked at everyone and found that except Kakashi, no one dared to look at him, and she couldn't help but feel a little funny. Next, I will appoint new people. Who is the head of the Nara family now? Hearing Kanna's question, a pineapple-headed man stood up and said, "Hello, Lord Hokage, I am the new head of the Nara family. My name is Narashikeha. Narashikeha, you will be the assistant of the Hokage in the future and be responsible for all matters of Konoha." Narashikeha was stunned when he heard this. He thought that after Hinata, the next one to settle accounts with his Nara family. After all, their head Narashikaku was firmly on the same side with Sarutobi Hiruzen last night, and finally died under the tailed beast Jade of the Nine Tails. After reacting, he hurried forward to thank her. "Thank you for your trust, Hokage." Kanna nodded. Although she didn't know how smart Narashikeha was, the IQ of the Nara family was generally very high, not to mention the clan leader. "Is Yamanaka Inoichi okay?" "Hokage, Yamanaka Inoichi has woken up and is fine." "Then Yamanaka Inoichi will be the head of the intelligence department. I'll replace Inoichi." "Thank you for your trust, Hokage." An old man from the Yamanaka clan stood up to thank her. He felt that Kanna seemed to be a good candidate for Hokage. She was strong and willing to delegate power. Ibiki will still be the head of the interrogation department, and Inyazuka Hana will be the head of the Konoha dog department. Kanna arranged the departments one by one. What surprised everyone was that the new Hokage seemed to be very familiar with their Konoha. Except for calling the guardian department the dog department by mistake, everything else was correct. Since the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the Konoha security department will be in charge of the Hyuga clan. When Kanna talked about the extermination of the Uchiha clan, her heart was not moved at all. He was an orphan when he traveled through time. Because he knew that the Uchiha clan would be exterminated in the future, he deliberately kept a distance from everyone except Sasuke. He also tried to practice hard, but he was a natural waste, which can be confirmed by the fact that he killed Sasuke without opening the Sharingan. And the harder he worked, the harder it was. He was a person who was afraid of hardship, so he decided to build a good relationship with Sasuke, hoping to avoid the night of extermination. It's a pity for Sasuke. If the Golden Finger came earlier, he wouldn't have killed his beloved relatives. Kanna thought, if you want to blame Sasuke, blame the weasel. If he didn't exterminate the clan, you wouldn't have to die. After arranging all the positions, Kanna announced the adjournment of the meeting. Not long after, everyone left the meeting room, and only Kakashi was left at the scene. "Pirated ninja, Hitaki Jiji Nishi, is there anything else?" Kakashi had been silent since he entered the meeting room, observing Kanna's style of doing things. He unexpectedly discovered that this brat Hokage, besides being a little overbearing, seemed to be reasonable. Thinking of this, Kakashi took a deep breath. 5th-generation Hokage, that Sharingan is a relic entrusted to me by my best friend before he died. It means a lot to me. I wonder if you can return it to me. Are you talking about this? Kanna took out Tsuchiko's Sharingan from her pocket. She was also a little surprised that Kakashi's Sharingan was robbed by him, but Tsuchiko was so patient that he didn't come to find him. Yes. Yes. Kakashi's eyes twitched, thinking, you stole the Sharingan and put it in your pocket all night without a petri dish. He looked at the sun outside again. In this hot weather, maybe the Sharingan would stink. Kanna smelled it and thought, although this manjiki hasn't smelled yet, it probably can't be used anymore. How about this, Kakashi? I can still use the Sharingan here. I can let Might Guy go, but I want to give you a mission. What mission? Kakashi asked quickly. You and Might Guy are responsible for hunting down a one-eyed masked man wearing a shit yellow mask. He is the murderer who exterminated the Uchiha clan. After that, Kanna told Kakashi all the information about Obito. As for the fact that the Kamui space of the two manjiki can be connected to each other, it seems unnecessary to say it. The reason is also very simple, because the Sharingan that was snatched from Kakashi last night must be unusable. Even if it is used for cooking, it can only be fried, and more pepper and salt must be added, otherwise it will definitely not be edible. After listening to Obito's information, Kakashi immediately felt the pressure. This ability is almost catching up with his teacher Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God. Didn't Uchiha Itachi exterminate the Uchiha clan? What is the identity of that masked man and Hokage? Are you sure that I and Kai can deal with him alone? Kakashi, don't underestimate Might Guy. I don't know the identity of the masked man. I only know that he calls himself Uchiha Madara. Kanna threw the Sharingan in her hand to Kakashi, and then added, an Uchiha Itachi's crime is to defile the Sao next door, not to genocide. Uchiha Madara. Kakashi took the Sharingan and smelled it. Damn, it really started to stink. He didn't care about the shock of hearing the name Uchiha Madara. He quickly took out a petri dish and put the Sharingan in it. Maybe he could still save it. He just claimed to be. If he was really Uchiha Madara, would he need to hide his head and show his tail? Kanna waved her hand with a nonchalant look, go and bring Might Guy out. Maybe the identity of the masked man can bring you a surprise. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kakashi did not go to the prison immediately, but went to Konoha Hospital first to see if he could save his friend's Sharingan. As a result, the doctor told him with regret that all the nerves of this eyeball had died and there was no hope of saving it. But even so, Kakashi still abided by the promise he made with Obito to see the world with his eyes. So, he coated the Sharingan with a layer of film to prevent the eyeball from rotting, and installed the eyeball into the eye socket. Although this eyeball cannot see, it can at least be used as a prosthetic eye, which looks better. Chapter 10. 3 days passed like this. During these 3 days, under the arrangement of Narashikage, the assistant of the Hokage, Konoha began to gradually rebuild the homes destroyed by Kanna. As for Kanna, after that meeting, she never showed up again, and stayed in the Uchiha clan every day and became a Lolita at home. On this day, Kanna came to the Hokage building for a rare time, looked at Narashikage who was working hard on the documents, and said 2 words. According to the original work, the Hokage is divided into 2 factions, one is Senju Hashirama and Senju Tsunade, and the 2 of them almost don't care about anything. When Tsunade was the Hokage, she would at least stamp her seal in person, but when Hashirama was the Hokage, he didn't care about anything at all, and threw all matters to the naturally evil Senju Tobirama. Namikaze Minato wanted to take care of it, but there was a retired emperor who didn't let him. One faction is Uzumaki Naruto and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the 2 of them stayed in the Hokage building almost every day to handle official business. Luzeo, 3 days have passed. Have any other villages come to Konoha to provoke? Replying to Lord Hokage, no for now. Nara Luzeo shook his head, and then said, it's just that Konoha's finances have already had problems. The funds left over before have been used to rebuild Konoha. It won't be long before the funds will run out. We need to quickly apply for funds from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. If you don't have money, go to the daimyo for it. Why do you need to ask me? Kanna looked strange, as if she thought of something. Why did Konoha change the Hokage, and the daimyo stopped giving funds? Naraluzeo was speechless. In the past, the appointment of Hokage required the daimyo's consent before he could become Hokage. And there are almost no outsiders like Kanna who suddenly broke into Konoha, destroyed the Konoha high-level officials, and then ascended to the position of Hokage by force. In this case, it would be strange if the daimyo agreed. The daimyo has sent a message saying that this is an internal matter of Konoha, so no funds will be given. Fuck. Kanna was so hot-tempered that she slammed the table and said, "The daimyo has betrayed the Will of Fire. It seems that he can't stay." Narashikawa looked helpless. He seemed to have a general understanding of the character of this new Hokage. If you encounter a problem that cannot be solved, then solve the person who caused the problem, and don't care about that person's identity. Shikawa, take the nine-tailed fox to the Land of Fire to ask the daimyo for funds. If the daimyo doesn't give it, let the nine-tailed fox launch the tailed beast ball at the daimyo's mansion. This. Lord Hokage, isn't this a good idea? Narashikawa hesitated. Go and arrange it. I'll let the nine-tailed fox obey your orders. Kanna was too lazy to care about these. What she had to do now was to unify the ninja world. As for how to unify it, that was a problem. If she was alone, fighting one country after another and forcing other countries to surrender, I wonder if this would count as unification. Well. Okay. Although Narashikawa thought Kanna's method was a little crazy, it was still a good idea. Thinking about being able to stand on the head of the nine tails to go to the Land of Fire, I was a little excited. Although the Nara clan was best at using their brains, that was because of their lack of strength. Now that they had the nine tails, Narashikawa would occasionally want to be passionate. So Narashikawa decided that he would personally lead the team to the Land of Fire to ask for money. If they didn't pay, he would use the tailed beast ball to blast them. Well, go ahead. I'll let the nine tails come to you later. Shikawa, you have to remember that we in Konoha only recognize money, not people. Kanna said lightly, and left the Hokage's office without looking back. In a casino in the Land of Rivers, Tsunade, the legendary big fat sheep, actually won 18 games in a row. Great, Lady Tsunade, we won again. Shizuan was obviously very happy. She didn't expect that Tsunade, who always lost in gambling, would have a lucky time. Compared with the happy Shizuan, Tsunade herself couldn't be happy no matter what. Because she knew that whenever she won money, bad things would happen. Shizuan, let's go. Lady Tsunade, why? Shizuan looked puzzled. She didn't understand why Tsunade looked like her teacher had died even though she had won money. Don't say anything, Shizuan, follow me. Tsunade didn't say anything and pulled Shizuan out of the casino without even exchanging the chips. However, when the two walked out of the casino, they met an acquaintance at a corner. Jiraiya leaned against a telephone pole. When he saw Tsunade, he smiled and greeted, "Long time no see, Tsunade." "Jiraiya, why are you here? Let's go, let's find a place to chat." Soon, the two came to a dining room. Tsunade seemed to have anticipated something, took a big sip of wine, and started to talk without much interest. "Tell me, why don't you go after Orochimaru and come to Tansho Street to find me?" Jiraiya put away his smile and put on a serious expression. It's about the village. I don't care, and I don't care. If you just want to say this, then you can. The old man is dead. Before Tsunade finished speaking, Jiraiya interrupted. Hearing this, Tsunade trembled. When Shizune heard the news, she showed an unbelievable expression, covered her mouth with her hand, and dared not speak. The box was silent for a moment, and then Tsunade asked, "Is it because of Shimura Danzo?" "No, Danzo has been declared an S-level traitor by Konoha, and the crime given is also ridiculous, saying that he is born evil." Jiraiya shook his head and continued, "Udaten Koharu and Mitaman are also dead." "Oh, it seems to be because of Uchiha." Tsunade's voice was cold. Even she had heard about the suppression of the Uchiha clan by the Konoha high-level officials. Danzo even talked about the Uchiha clan who was born evil. Now, he has forced the Uchiha clan to rebel and was turned against by others. No, the Uchiha clan has been exterminated. Jiraiya still shook his head. It was a little girl who looked only about 7 or 8 years old, named Kanna-chan. She controlled the Nine Tails to kill the Konoha high-level officials and half of their family members, and ascended to the 5th generation of Hokage with absolute force. How is this possible? Tsunade was shocked when she heard it. This amount of information was too much, which was completely beyond her expectations. 3 of the Konoha high-level officials died and 1 defected, and even the Hokage was replaced. Was the Uchiha also destroyed by that little girl named Kanna-chan? No, the Uchiha was destroyed by Uchiha Itachi, and now Uchiha Itachi is also an S-level rebel ninja of Konoha. When Jiraiya said this, his face suddenly became strange, and then he continued, "But the crime given by Konoha is not this, but it is said that Uchiha Itachi defiled the Sao next door, so he was announced as an S-level rebel ninja." Puff! Hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but spit a mouthful of wine on Jiraiya's face. Looking at Jiraiya's eyes, it seemed as if he was teasing me. Jiraiya wiped the wine on his face with his sleeve. He was also helpless. He only knew a general idea. If he wanted to figure out the ins and outs of the matter, he needed to go back to Konoha village. Chapter 11. After that, Jiraiya told Tsunade everything he had learned. Tsunade lost her casualness and fell silent. From the information Jiraiya gave, this girl named Kanna-chan was very dangerous. If Jiraiya went back, he would probably die. "Jiraiya, if I ask you not to care about the village, can you do it?" "No." Jiraiya looked very determined. "Whether you go back to the village or not, I will go back to Konoha village." Jiraiya actually didn't point out one thing, that is Naruto. Since the Nine Tails has appeared, how is Naruto now? Tsunade was just silent, neither agreeing nor refusing. Jiraiya didn't say much. Anyway, she had told Tsunade the general situation. After leaving the box, she ran straight towards Konoha alone. 2 more days passed. A person came back to Konoha village today, and the person was Sarutobi Asuma. Because Asuma was on a mission outside when the Konoha high-level officials were wiped out, he escaped. When their team received the news, the grass on Sarutobi Hiruzen's grave had already grown. At this time, in the Hokage building, a Hyuga ninja was reporting to Nara Shikahaya. "Lord Shikahaya, Asuma's team has returned." "I know." Nara Shikahaya had a headache. He was busy these 2 days and had handled all the government affairs that needed to be handled in advance. He was planning to take the Nine Tails to the Land of Fire to have some fun, but he didn't expect to meet Asuma's return. He has been the assistant of the Hokage for 5 days. To be honest, he thinks there is nothing wrong with the current Konoha. Unlike the period when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power, he took care of all the big and small things by himself, and any major decisions were made by the Kanna for themselves. Even major events such as the extermination of the Uchiha clan were discussed internally by them. It was different when Kanna was the Hokage. She almost completely delegated power. Don't bother him with small matters, and don't bother him with big matters. After a while, Asuma's team was taken to the Hokage's office. Before Narashikage could speak, Asuma asked first. Narashikage, have you betrayed the Wall of Fire? You actually joined forces with outsiders to persecute the Hokage. Asuma, I advise you to calm down. You should go back to the Sarutobi clan first. Narashikage was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, but for the sake of Sarutobi Hiruzen and their Nara family, he still persuaded him, you can go back and ask the clan members why they didn't resist, go. However, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, Asuma was used to being arrogant and domineering. How could he listen to Narashikage? If you say Narashikaku, there is still a possibility. Humph, Narashikage, you will regret it. Narashikage is not his father, so he will not spoil him. Asuma, I am the assistant of the Hokage. Asuma said nothing, and slammed the door and walked out. Yui Kurane, who was waiting outside the door, asked anxiously, how is it, Asuma? The Nara family has betrayed the Wall of Fire. Let's go to the Uchiha clan to find Kanna-chan. Asuma, are you crazy? Yui Kurane exclaimed. Kanna killed Sarutobi Hiruzen to get to the top. You are just an ordinary jonin. What's the difference between this and committing suicide? However, Asuma has a violent temper. He naturally knows that he is not Kanna's opponent, but he is not afraid of death at all. It's Lao Ma. Suddenly, a lowly voice came. It was Kanna who came to the Hokage building to take a look. She happened to meet Asuma and Yui Kurane at the door of the office. Lao Ma, did you quarrel with your girlfriend? Asuma saw that the person who came was a super cute little loli. Just when he was about to say that his name was not Lao Ma, he seemed to think of something and asked curiously, are you Kanna-chan? Kanna nodded, yes. You killed my father. Kanna nodded again, yes. Asuma didn't expect the other party to admit it like this, and was stunned for a while. Do you want to take action? But the other party doesn't look like a strong man. Click. Just then, Narashika pushed the door out. He greeted Kanna first, then turned his eyes to Asuma, winking at him and saying in an impatient tone, Asuma, why don't you go home? What are you doing standing here? Asuma was still hesitating whether to take action because of Kanna's appearance, but Narashikage's words completely ignited his anger. He didn't think that Narashikage was trying to protect him, but instead thought that the other party looked down on him. Then he pulled Yui Kurane back and quickly formed seals with both hands. Fire escape, ash accumulation burn. Only large ball of dust came out of his mouth, and then he bit his upper and lower teeth. Boom! The dust exploded, and all the glass on the corridor was shattered. Asuma naturally knew that it was impossible for one ash burn to kill the other party, so he took out the chakra knife and rushed in directly. Asuma, wait! Yui Kurane was shocked and wanted to hold Asuma. Asuma didn't wait, he wanted to cooperate with the smoke and dust to quickly take down the other party. However, he just rushed in and lost consciousness the next moment. When the smoke and dust dissipated, what caught Yui Kurane and Narashikage's eyes was that Asuma's body with his head crushed was lying quietly in the corridor. Narashikage sighed. He was also convinced by this. Asuma. Even your father is not his opponent. Why do you think you can take revenge? It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen protected him too well. He really thought that everyone would let you go. Kurenai covered her mouth, her pupils dilated, tears flowing unconsciously, not knowing whether she was sad or scared. Kanna didn't even look at Kurenai, and after shaking off the blood on the dragon claws turned back into baby fat hands. Shikazawa, how is it, has any village come to Konoha to provoke or test or something like that? Reply to Lord Hokage, no, or not so soon. Nara Shikazawa felt bitter in his heart, thinking that this Lord Hokage is really restless. Now Konoha is in ruins, it's fine if you don't keep your tail between your legs, but you still want to beat others. But he was not very scared in his heart. Although Konoha suffered heavy losses, they had the absolutely obedient Nine Tails in Konoha, and the fifth Hokage whose strength was unknown. Is that so then, Liu Zhao, you should prepare for war, and I will go to the other 4 countries to declare war. Replying to Lord Hokage, I don't think this is urgent. Nara Liu Zhao was startled, and hurriedly bowed his hands and said, I think the other 4 countries will definitely test Konoha. It won't be too late to fight back at that time, so that we can occupy the righteousness. Then I'll wait a few more days. Kanna thought about it and felt that it was okay to wait, anyway, she was invincible. But he was a man after all, and now he was carrying the body of a little lowly, which was somewhat uncomfortable. Although he could switch freely between Kanna and Uchiha Tan, he didn't want to switch, lest he was attacked by some old six just after switching. Yui Kurenai didn't dare to step forward and pick up Asuma's body until Kanna left. Asuma. Chapter 12. Kanna had no feelings about killing Asuma. At this moment, she was walking on the way back to the Uchiha family. Everyone who saw her respectfully called her the 5th Hokage. Kanna would nod in response to the children's greetings, but he was too lazy to care about the greetings from the adults. Whether it was superficial respect or real respect, they were just civilians, and it was Konoha that gave them a place to live. If there was no Konoha, they, a group of civilians without any strength, might be killed by bandits or wandering ninjas at any time. It was because Sarutobi Hiruzen spoiled them too much in the past, and even set a rule that ninjas could not attack civilians, which made them dare to slander Uchiha, Naruto, White Fang unscrupulously. No matter who was right or wrong, they were typical of favoring the weak. Just when Kanna was about to return to the Uchiha clan, a white-haired middle-aged ninja blocked his way. The person who came was Jiraiya. Jiraiya had been back in Konoha for a day. After investigation, he also got a general idea and found that Kanna handled other things very well except for killing many people on the first day, at least better than when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power. Kanna knew that Jiraiya had returned to Konoha a long time ago, but he didn't cause any trouble, so she was too lazy to pay attention to him. What's the matter? Kanna Kamui. Jiraiya stared at Kanna with a serious face. Since she had no ill will towards Konoha, he put the matter on Naruto. If you let the Nine Tails out, then Naruto, what does it have to do with you? Naruto doesn't know you, and you haven't taken care of Naruto. What qualifications do you have to stand in front of me and ask Naruto with a licking face? Kanna interrupted Jiraiya without hesitation and glanced at him lightly. If you and Tsunade were not disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, you would have been declared a traitor long ago just because you haven't returned to Konoha for so many years. Jiraiya choked. Yes, except for the fact that he named Naruto, he never had any contact with Naruto, and he didn't know how Naruto was doing in Konoha. But no matter what, Naruto was Minato's child, and he would naturally not sit idly by. Kanna. Please call me the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya, you call the Hokage by his name. Do you want to betray the will of fire and become a traitor? Jiraiya took a deep breath. He endured it for Naruto. Sorry, 5th Hokage. I want to say that Naruto is the orphan of the fourth Hokage and the son of a hero. You shouldn't treat him like this. Oh, that's strange. According to my inquiries, everyone in the village said that Naruto is a demon fox. It turns out that he is indeed the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but I have never heard that he is the child of the fourth Hokage. Kanna looked at him with a playful look on her face. How about this, Jiraiya? You ask around in the village. If someone says that Naruto is the son of a hero, I will let the Nine-Tails return to Naruto's sealed space and let Naruto come out. Jiraiya clenched his fists when he heard this. He naturally knew that this was done by the Konoha high-level officials, and the purpose was to transfer hatred to Naruto. By the way, Jiraiya, even if Naruto is Minato Namikaze's child, since Minato Namikaze chose to let his child become a Jinchuriki, I think it was to leave a secret weapon for Konoha. The result is obvious. Naruto is useless to Konoha, but the Nine-Tails is of great use to Konoha. Since he can sacrifice himself for Konoha, he can naturally sacrifice his son for Konoha. This is Minato Namikaze's choice. Impossible, Minato is not that kind of person. Jiraiya retorted loudly. Why is it impossible? You said Minato Namikaze is not that kind of person. It's for the will of fire. Uchiha Itachi can kill his whole family and destroy his whole clan for the will of fire. Minato Namikaze can sacrifice himself and his wife for the will of fire. Why is it impossible to sacrifice a child? Kanna sighed slightly and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. This is all for the will of fire. You are misinterpreting the will of fire. Jiraiya was so angry that Kanna, as the Hokage, actually understood the will of fire in this way. Kanna waved her hand, not wanting to pay attention to him. Jiraiya might be the strongest among the three ninjas, but for Kanna, his role is far less than Tsunade and Orochimaru. Tsunade has superb medical ninjutsu, not to mention Orochimaru, Snakenstein. To put it bluntly, the will of fire is just a means for the rulers to control the civilians, and it can be modified at any time. Whoever dares to disobey in the future will be charged with betraying the will of fire, and then his whole family will be killed. This is the will of fire. Kanna left, and Jiraiya was still stunned. After a while, the Nine-Tails came and snorted coldly when passing by Jiraiya. Humph! Shit baboon! Jiraiya! Jiraiya watched the Nine-Tails carefully avoid civilians and buildings and walked towards the Hokage building. At this moment, no matter how unwilling he was, he seemed to think that what Kanna said made some sense. After all, Naruto at this time had no effect on Konoha, and an obedient Nine-Tails was as useful to Konoha as tens of thousands of ninjas. It was just that he was very unwilling in his heart. That was all gained by sacrificing Minato's family. Why at this moment, he regretted it. He should go back to Konoha to see Naruto. Narashika saw the Nine-Tails coming and asked carefully, Sir Nine-Tails, did the fifth Hokage ask you to come? Stop talking nonsense, come up quickly, I don't have the patience to waste time with you. The Nine-Tails looked unhappy. It was the head of the nine-tailed beasts, but it was actually stepped on by a group of weak chickens. If the other tailed beasts knew about it, where would its face be? Narashika was not polite and led 12 jonins to jump on the head of the Nine-Tails. Don't blame me if you fall down. After saying that, the Nine-Tails quickly left Konoha and ran towards the direction of the Fire Country Daimyo's mansion. Jiraiya stood on the roof and looked at the back of the Nine-Tails and sighed slightly. Now the Nine-Tails has been completely used by Konoha. If he proposed to rescue Naruto at this time, let alone Kanna, it is estimated that all the ninjas in Konoha would not agree. Needless to say, the speed of the Nine-Tails only took 2.5 hours to reach the capital of the Fire Country. Narashikaseyo and the team he led were all jonins, and they barely avoided being thrown off by the 9 tails. 9 tails. The guards of the capital were stunned. Although Konoha was not stable internally, the daimyo asked them to stop the Konoha ninjas. However, they could never have imagined that the Konoha ninjas would come with the 9 tails. The Hokage assists Narashikaseyo and comes to see the daimyo. Narashikaseyo said he wanted to see the daimyo, but his tone was condescending. Why, it was because the 9 tails gave him the courage. The daimyo said that the internal problems of Konoha have not been dealt with yet, so you don't need to come to him. Please. Boom. Before the guard could finish his words, the 9 tails swept over with a claw and said with contempt, "Shit baboon." Chapter 13. Narashikaseyo glanced at these guards who died with their eyes wide open, and felt disdain in his heart. They have no brains at all, and they really think that the current Konoha is the Konoha during the reign of Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Lord 9 Tails is unhappy, it is not impossible for him to bomb the capital of the Land of Fire with a tailed beast ball. Lord 9 Tails, go directly to the daimyo's mansion. Humph! Narashikaseyo, are you teaching me how to do things? Kuwabai was also disdainful in his heart. Do you really think you are Kanna? You actually try to teach me how to do things. However, the 9 tails did not refuse. This is not Konoha. It jumped directly to the daimyo's mansion. As for those unlucky people who were trampled to death, it can only be considered their bad luck. Kanna told it that weakness is the original sin. In the daimyo's mansion, the daimyo was sitting in a luxurious seat at this time. The table in front of him was full of delicacies and fine wine. The 2 sides below him were also filled with nobles, and in the center was a group of singing girls dancing. A luxurious atmosphere filled the entire hall, and suddenly, boom! The 9-tailed fox fell from the sky, and a huge eyeball looked into the hall. Oh, you traitors who betrayed the will of fire, you are still in the mood to hold a banquet. It seems that you don't know that you are about to die. The daimyo and his nobles were all terrified. Looking at the 9-tailed fox's eyeball that was bigger than a human, everyone was scared and fell to the ground. Even the 12 guarding ninjas were trembling. The strongest among them were only elite jonins, and most of them were ordinary jonins. What could they compare with the 9-tailed fox? Narashikaseyo and more than a dozen jonins jumped down from the 9-tailed fox's head with strange faces. What did they hear? The 9-tailed fox, which they regarded as a natural disaster, was actually talking about the will of fire here. Narashikaseyo looked at a group of nobles lying on their backs, pondered for a moment, and decided not to use his brain this time, and simply imitated Kanna's style of doing things. He clenched his hands and said, "Konoha's secret, shadow binding technique." 12 shadows attacked the 12 styles of guardian ninjas respectively. Except for a few elite jonins such as Hippo who dodged, the shadow binding technique caught a total of 9 guardian ninjas. Kill them all. Following Narashikaseyo's order, the jonins he brought with him took out their kunao and directly killed the 9 people caught by the shadow binding technique. The remaining 3 did not dare to move, but just guarded beside the daimyo, sweating profusely. At this moment, Narashikaseyo felt so damn good. He liked this style of doing things. Since he had the absolute strength of the 9 tails, what was the need to use his brain? Daimyo. Narashikaseyo hooked his finger at the daimyo on the main seat and said in a flat tone, "You! Come here!" The daimyo looked at Narashikaseyo, and then at the 9 tails outside who were staring at him covetously. He felt that Hima and the other 2 alone should not be able to protect him, so he walked over tremblingly. When he came to Narashikaseyo, he lowered his posture very low and asked carefully, "Narafuzu, may I ask what you want? Is there any problem in allocating 4 billion taels to Kanna? Of course there is no problem. Narashikaya nodded with satisfaction, poked the daimyo's chest with his finger, and said viciously, remember, the money must be delivered to Kanna within 3 days. We only recognize money, not people. If it cannot arrive within 3 days, you can't be the daimyo. Yes, yes, yes. Narafuzu, rest assured, 4 billion taels will definitely arrive in Kanna within 3 days. The daimyo nodded and bowed like a lackey. Narashikawa was amazed. He couldn't understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen was a veteran cage-level warrior. Why would he be constrained by such trash? The dozen or so jonin he brought with him also felt a sense of disobedience. Did they turn against the Tenkenhumph? Let's go! Narashikawa snorted coldly and jumped onto the head of the 9 taels with his guards. Just as the daimyo breathed a sigh of relief, a huge fox paw reached in and raised a middle claw in front of him. 2 days later, the news that the daimyo of the Land of Fire was threatened by Kanna with the 9 taels spread like wildfire, and other major countries naturally received the news. At the same time, in the hidden cloud village, the 4th Raikage AI looked at the information sent back and showed a look of surprise on his face. He had received news that Kanna was bombed by the 9 taels before, and he had planned to take people to Kanna to test it. Now that this has happened again, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning has put pressure on him to send troops directly to Kanna, which is exactly what he wants. Get ready, we will declare war on Kanna directly. Raikage AI said this and turned his eyes to the 2 people again. Hi, Yukato, the 9 taels will be left to you too. Is there a problem? Yo-yo, Hachi said no problem, it said the 9 taels is an idiot. Killer Bee answered directly in a rap style. However, Yukato said seriously, Yada said the 9 taels is the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts, and it may not be a match for it when it joins forces with the 8 taels. Kirabi waved his hand with a nonchalant look. Yukato, you think too much, we are the Jinkraki, and the 9 taels is just an individual now, it may not be our opponent. But... okay, Yukato. Before Yukato finished speaking, Raikage AI interrupted directly, no matter what, I want to see how this little brat Hokage will respond to our declaration of war. I just hope he won't be like Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, the Raikage AI's whole body burst out with lightning chakra, and even his hair stood up, showing his temper. The ninjas below saw the Raikage AI's lightning chakra mode, and they were like chicken blood, shouting about war. Mabi, make preparations before the war, I will lead the team personally this time. Yes, Lord Raikage. Mabi wanted to persuade him, but the atmosphere was so tense that she would offend him if she tried to persuade him again. On the other side, in Uegakure village, the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki also received pressure from the daimyo of the Land of Earth, asking him to declare war on Kanna directly. However, compared to the irritable 4th Raikage, Onoki was much more stable. He knew that the reason why the daimyo asked him to declare war on Kanna was because Kanna broke the system of one country and one village in the ninja world. Kanna threatened the daimyo directly, fearing that it would follow the footsteps of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Lord Tsuchikage, are we going to declare war on Kanna? No hurry. Onoki waved his hand indifferently, and said calmly, let the barbarians from the hidden cloud village test the strength of Kanna for us first. But, the daimyo. Don't worry about him. Although Onoki is a politician like Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is not lacking in domineering power and will not be constrained by the daimyo at all. Although he is not as extreme as Kanna, if he is pushed to the limit, he can also withdraw the Uegakure who are protecting the Land of Earth. Chapter 14 Sand Village, Kazekage's office. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, sat in the Kazekage's seat and listened to the persuasion of the surrounding people. Lord Kazekage, this is a rare opportunity. Yes, Lord Kazekage, Konoha has just had a coup and offended the daimyo of the Land of Fire. If we act now, we will definitely get huge gains. The ninjas of Sand Village are like chicken blood, more warlike than the barbarians of Cloud Village. However, Raza doesn't think so. Kanna opened the door to a new world for him. Compared with the difficult Konoha, he thinks it is more cost-effective to threaten the daimyo of the Land of Wind. At that time, just say that you don't want to be the daimyo, but some people do. I believe the daimyo will obediently give funds to Sand Village. But there is no rush for this. If Konoha can bear it, he will threaten the daimyo. If Konoha can't bear it, then he will pretend to know nothing. He glanced at the surrounding sand ninjas and said unhappily, Konoha has a completely obedient nine tails. Who of you can beat it? As soon as Luo Sha finished speaking, the scene suddenly became quiet, and the sand ninjas who were just fanatical also recognized the reality. Luo Sha continued to deceive. The strength of the tailed beasts is judged by the number of tails. The strength of the two-tailed beast is twice that of Shikaku. By analogy, the strength of the 9 tails is 9 times that of Shikaku. Really? Is it really like this? A sand ninja asked uncertainly. What else? Luo Sha rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, when the 9 tails went berserk, even the entire Konoha had to sacrifice the life of Namikaze Minato, the Hokage, to seal the 9 tails. If it was Shikaku, it would be sealed in minutes. When everyone heard this, it seemed to be the same, and they all began to calm down. Then Lord Kazekage. Wait. Raza waved his hand and announced with a domineering face, wait until Konoha and Kumagakure are both defeated, then we will see whether to take action. Lord Kazekage is wise. Fortunately, Gaara is not here. If Shikaku heard what Raza said about the tailed beasts, he would definitely go berserk on the spot. On the other side, Otagakure. Danzo rushed to find Orochimaru. That's right, Danzo has defected from Konoha and joined Orochimaru. Orochimaru, now Kumagakure has declared war on Konoha. I think this is a rare opportunity. Danzo, what do you think Otagakure can do with its size? Orochimaru continued to study the experiment in his hand without looking back. He thought Danzo was crazy. The only people in his Otagakure who had some strength were the orphans he abducted. Besides, it is still several years away from Konoha's collapse plan, and his orphans have not grown up yet. He is not interested in the tailed beasts, but he is interested in Kanna. When the time comes, he will naturally observe Kanna's strength in secret. Although he is still a member of Akatsuki, he is insignificant in Akatsuki, and the people in Akatsuki will not pay attention to him at all. Danzo will naturally not give up. What if the old man's roots are added? Then go by yourself, I'm still busy. Humph. Orochimaru, you will regret it. Danzo, I am the leader of the Hidden Sound Village. Danzo slammed the door and walked out reflexively. But Danzo, who had just come out, was suddenly stunned. Fuck, what's the matter with this damn familiar feeling? The Hidden Mist Village. The 4th generation Mizukage Yagura Karitachi was simple and rude, and directly announced a war against Konoha. That's right, it's not a declaration of war, but a direct war, which is more reckless than the Hidden Cloud Village. Notify all Kirigakure ninjas to gather and go to Konoha village in the Land of Fire. The Kirigakure is now full of lunatics who survived the Blood Mist policy and have a strong desire for war. Following Yagura's order, most ninjas excitedly began to prepare for the war. Although a few ninjas such as Mei Terumi, Ao, were a little worried, they were powerless and could not change Yagura's arrangements. After everyone left, two figures suddenly appeared in the Mizukage's office. The leader was Uchiha Obito, who controlled Yagura, and the other was Kisame with a pair of small eyes and same hata on his back. Kisame, the plan may change. Obito looked at Kisame and said in a deep voice, when Kirigakure is defeated, I hope you can go undercover next to the 5th Hokage Kanna-chan. Defeated? Kisame narrowed his eyes and looked at Obito. Since you know you will lose, why do you declare war on Konoha? This world is fake, and only the Moon Eye can achieve true peace. It must be said that Obito has a sharp eye. He roughly knows how strong Kanna is, at least he can't be her opponent, which is also the reason why he didn't take back Kakashi's Sharingan even though he knew Kanna had taken it away. Kisame wanted to say something, but Obito left with Kamui and disappeared on the spot. Kisame grinned, feeling that this guy who called himself Uchiha Madara didn't seem very reliable. At least he could see that Obito seemed to be afraid when he mentioned Kanna's name. 3 days later, the funding from the Fire Country daimyo also came. But Narashikawa obviously didn't care about these, but was worried about the next war. Hokage's office. Hokage, a large number of ninjas from other villages have appeared in the Fire Country recently, and the Hidden Mist village is gathering a ninja army. The purpose is obviously our Konoha. Narashikawa, with dark circles under his eyes, handed a stack of information in his hand to Kanna, who was in the lead. The other heads of the major families attending the meeting all showed their concerns. After all, Kumigakure has declared war on them, and Kirigakure is fighting without declaring war. However, Kanna didn't even bother to look at the information, which was what he wanted. What about Sand Village and Rock Village? Sand Village and Rock Village don't seem to have joined this war, they just sent a small number of spies into the Land of Fire to get information. Onoki and Raza are really rubbish. Kanna stood up, looked around with her light blue eyes, and said lightly, "Don't worry, everyone, this war will be fought by me alone, against their 2 major ninja villages." Hokage. No need to say. Kanna waved her hand and stretched out her baby fat palm. Everyone just needs to return to their position, as usual. Don't be arrogant or impatient, don't panic, no matter what happens you just need to stand behind me. Kanna said here, the baby fat palm slowly clenched into a small fist, and announced with a confident face in a lowly voice. Why? Because I am invincible. There is no rival in front of me. After Kanna made her declaration, she burst out with dragon power, which made everyone present unable to move, including Jiraiya, a powerful cage. How is this possible? Jiraiya looked incredible and raised his head with difficulty to look at Kanna, who looked like a cute loli. Not to mention the others, who were oppressed by the dragon power and couldn't even raise their heads. They were secretly surprised in their hearts. How strong was this wild Hokage who suddenly appeared? I'm afraid that the first generation of Hokage was no more than this. The Nine Tails felt it particularly strongly. As a beast, it faced Kanna, who was a dragon, and inexplicably felt a desire to surrender in its heart. Chapter 15. After Kanna finished her trick, she ignored everyone present and disappeared in a flash, leaving only a trace of electricity. Jiraiya was the first to react, and hurried to the window to look in the direction of Uchiha, only to see the back of the Nine-Tail running. Maybe, she can really do it. Jiraiya muttered to himself, and then looked at Narashikawa. Shikazawa, the direction the Hokage is going should be opposite to the Hidden Cloud Village. We just need to defend the Hidden Mist Village and wait for the Hokage to come back. Narashikawa frowned. Jiraiya-sama, if it's just the hidden mist village, we Konoha can handle it completely, there's no need. I know. Jiraiya interrupted Narashikawa, and then said confidently, what I mean is that there is no need to cause unnecessary casualties. After the Hokage has cleaned up the hidden cloud village, he will naturally come back to clean up the hidden mist village. Can the Hokage really do this alone? Narashikawa was still a little hesitant. Although his brain was very useful, he still knew nothing about strength. In his opinion, people like the third Raikage, the third Hokage, and the fourth Hokage were already the ceiling of combat power, and they had never experienced the era of Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. But considering that Kanna could turn the Nine Tails into a husky, he decided to trust Jiraiya once. Anyway, it was right to be prepared. Just as Kanna sat on the head of the Nine Tails and rushed towards the main force of the hidden cloud village. In a cave on the other side, Black Zetsu found Uchiha Obito. Now that the Nine Tails has left Konoha, do we need Nagato to test it? Let the hidden cloud village help us test it first. I vaguely feel that Nagato is not Kanna Kamui's opponent. Obito did not trust Black Zetsu too much. He and Black Zetsu were not the same kind of people. Black Zetsu is the will of Uchiha Madara. Although everyone's ultimate goal is infinite moon reading, Uchiha Madara's goal is for peace in the ninja world. He thinks Uchiha Madara's pattern is still too small. He, Uchiha Obito, has a greater dream, which is to create a world with Rin. Black Zetsu watched Obito leave, vaguely feeling that this Obito seemed unreliable, and became particularly cautious. Is it because he was beaten up by Minato Namikaze that year that he became more and more afraid of death? Otherwise, why didn't they dare to snatch back the Sharingan even after it was snatched away by Kanna on the other side? The fourth Raikage AI was leading the army towards Konoha. Killer Bee and Yukito were also there. They were responsible for dealing with the Nine Tails, while the fourth Raikage was responsible for dealing with the fifth Hokage Kanna Kamui. At this moment, a perception ninja named Xi came to the fourth Raikage to report. Lord Raikage, a strong chakra is approaching us quickly. It should be the Nine Tails. Stop! Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage raised his hand to stop the army and looked ahead in a state of alert. Soon, the two sides officially met, and Kanna sat on the head of the Nine Tails and looked at the group of weak chickens below. Oh, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and the 2 Tails Jinchuriki are also here. Kanna touched her chin, wondering whether she should kill these two. If they were killed now, the tailed beasts would also die, and it would take at least 3 years to revive them. In that case, if they wanted to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki, they would have to wait at least 3 years. The system gave him the task of unifying the ninja world. Who knows if this unification includes Kagaya Otsutsuki? In the end, he decided to let the two of them go for the time being. After the war was over, he would join the Akatsuki organization and help Black Zetsu speed up the process of reviving Kagaya Otsutsuki. Ha ha ha! Is this the fifth Hokage of Konoha? It turns out to be just a little baby. Don't laugh at me to death, ha ha ha! Just as Kanna was thinking about things, the fourth Raikage below laughed. Kanna glanced at the fourth Raikage indifferently and patted the head of the Nine Tails. Kuroma, I'll leave the Ushiki and Matada to you. Is that okay? Don't worry, boss. There's no problem. The Nine Tails looked disdainful. This was how the Six-Path Sage divided the chakra. 1 for the 9 tails, 1 for the 8 tails, 1 for the 9 tails, 1 for the 7 tails, 1 for the 9 tails, 1 for the 6 tails. After a round of distribution, the remaining chakra was also distributed to the 9 tails. Although what Luasha said to the Sand Ninja was not entirely correct, the Nine Tails chakra is definitely more than 9 times that of Shikaku. Kanna pointed to the distance, go fight somewhere farther away, and let me deal with the remaining garbage myself. The Nine Tails nodded its huge head, stepped forward and said in a cold voice with disdain, Gyogui, Matatabi, let's go over there and fight. Brother. Killer Bee looked at the fourth Raikage. After all, this level when it comes to war, he naturally won't be frivolous. Bye, go. The fourth Raikage naturally wouldn't refuse. He brought 20,000 ninjas here, and Kanna came alone. Once the tailed beasts fight here, any tailed beast ball can cause a large number of casualties in their Cloud Village ninjas. Nine-tailed beast, come on! Kiribi and Yukato quickly ran to one side. They were all tailed beasts. Kiribi was a perfect Jinkraki, and Yukato was infinitely close to perfection. In addition, it was 2-to-1, so the advantage was on their side. Kanna jumped off the nine-tailed beast's head, and the nine-tailed beast also ran away. Kanna didn't pay attention to the nine-tailed beast anymore, but cast her eyes on the fourth Raikage AI and 20,000 Karami on the opposite side. Fourth Raikage, I'll give you a chance, surrender, kid, do you want to make me laugh to death? The fourth Raikage seemed to have heard the funniest joke. Although Konoha was the victor in the Third Ninja World War not long ago. But in order to resolve the conflict, Sarutobi Hiruzen not only did not pursue compensation from their Cloud Village, but also asked Konoha to compensate them with a large amount of supplies. So in the mind of the Raikage, Konoha can be bullied. This can be seen from the fact that their army was approaching, and Konoha only had the Nine Tails and the fifth Hokage to fight. Kanna sighed slightly. Killing 20,000 people at once, it was a little exciting to think about it. Thinking of this, Kanna's eyes suddenly emitted dazzling lightning, her mouth opened, and violent lightning energy condensed in her mouth. Everyone be careful. The fourth Raikage vaguely sensed what big move Kanna was going to use, and lightning chakra burst out of his body. The lightning armor instantly covered his whole body and rushed towards Kanna quickly. However, at this time, a violent lightning beam shot out from Kanna's mouth, and then Kanna twisted her neck and came to sweep away thousands of troops. Thunder Dragons. Crescent Moon Sky Strike. Except for the fourth Raikage who managed to dodge it with his speed, the countless ninjas behind him were almost all cut in half, with their intestines and internal organs falling all over the ground. Of course, there were also some lucky ninjas who were killed in one blow, with their necks cut directly, so they didn't have to die so painfully. There were also some who only had their legs cut off, and they could still survive. The fourth Raikage climbed up and looked at the Shura hell-like scene behind him, and was stunned for a moment. Why? Why is this happening? Because you refused to surrender, they all died. Kanna put her hand that turned into a dragon claw on the head of the fourth Raikage AI, and said in a flat tone, then, fourth Raikage, goodbye. The Raikage was shocked. When did she come to his side this speed? But before he could react, bang! The watermelon exploded. The fourth Raikage, dead. Chapter 16. Brother. Kiribi, who had transformed into a complete tailed beast, saw his elder brother being killed, and was so angry that he wanted to go forward to avenge the fourth Raikage. Wait, you are no match for her. When Kiribi was fighting the Nine Tails, the Eight Tails had been paying attention to the battle over there. Although it could not sense the danger of Kanna like the Nine Tails, Kanna could make the unruly Nine Tails obedient, so she was naturally not a simple person. However, Kiribi did not listen at all. There was no need to say much about his relationship with the fourth Raikage, but... boom! A tailed beast ball blew him away, and the Nine Tails sneered with disdain, "Dare to be distracted while fighting with me, you are simply courting death." Seeing this, Yukito, who had also transformed into a tailed beast, opened his cat mouth and began to condense the tailed beast ball. However, suddenly a little loli appeared, standing at the position of its cat nose, tilting her head and looking at it. "Are you Matata or Yukito? Yukito, run away, you are no match for her." Matata in the sealed space reminded anxiously. Yukito did not dare to move at will at this time. She also saw the horrible record of the little loli in front of her. She killed 20,000 cloud ninjas in one move, and even the fourth generation of Raikage was killed in one encounter. "Boss, leave the two idiots Matata and Uchiha to me." "Forget it, Kurama." Kanna shook her head. She had intended to let the two-tailed beasts go. She disappeared again and returned to the head of the Nine Tails, "Go and meet Gifu." That old turtle. Nine Tails naturally did not dare to disobey Kanna, and turned to leave. However, Killer Bee rushed out of the smoke again, and condensed the tailed beast ball in his big mouth and aimed it at Kanna on the head of the Nine Tails. Kanna frowned, and her chubby little hands turned into dragon claws. At the moment when the tailed beast ball was launched, she pushed the tailed beast ball back with her bare hands. Boom! The tailed beast ball exploded in the mouth of the Uchiha, and Killer Bee also changed from the tailed beast back to human form and fell unconscious on the ground. "Kurama, let's go." Kanna didn't pay any more attention to Killer Bee. Whether he was really unconscious or used the octopus tentacle clone to escape, it was none of his business anyway. Kyuubi responded and turned to head towards the water country. Not far away, Uchiha Obito and Kisame watched all this in amazement. Kisame couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "Banara, are you sure I can be undercover next to her? I just asked you to go undercover, not to fight him in real battle." "What are you afraid of, Kisame?" Obito's tone was gloomy, but in fact he was also panicking. It seems that his intuition was right. Fortunately, he didn't attack Kanna at the beginning, otherwise he didn't know if he could escape with Kamui. However, there is one thing Obito can be sure of, that is, he can't defeat Kanna, at most he can use Kamui to escape. Thinking of this, he patted Kisame's shoulder and sucked Kisame into the Kamui space. "No matter what, send Kisame back to the land of water first. As for whether Kisame can successfully go undercover beside Kanna to help him get information, it depends on fate." Black Zetsu is also observing the battle in another direction. Now he is not considering whether he can rescue his mother, but whether his mother can beat the terrifying little loli in front of him after she comes out. Of course, in addition to Black Zetsu, there is also a snake that is peeping. Killing 20,000 cloud ninjas in one move, catching the tailed beast ball with bare hands, perfect, too perfect, if I can get this body. Orochimaru showed an extremely greedy expression and washed his face with his tongue. He felt that even Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization who had the Samsara Eye, was not as perfect as Kanna's body. Not long after, Kanna rode the Nine-Tail into the border of the land of water. To his surprise, someone actually stood in front of the Nine-Tail, and that person was Kisame. It must be said that Obito's Kamui speed was still very fast, at least faster than the Nine-Tail's running speed. The Nine-Tail was about to slap it with a claw, but was stopped by Kanna, who looked down at Kisame. "Kisame, do you have something to ask me? I didn't expect that the fifth Hokage actually knew me, it's really an honor." Kisame was panicking at this time, secretly cursing the damn masked man for being unreliable and letting him go undercover next to someone who knew him. "Fishman Kisame, of course I know." Kanna nodded. "In fact, when he was dealing with 20,000 ninjas from the hidden cloud village, he had already noticed the existence of Kisame, Orochimaru, and Obito. As for whether Black Zetsu came, he didn't know. He really couldn't detect Black Zetsu's existence. By the way, Kisame, what's the matter with you blocking me? Kisame was confused. What the hell is the fishman Kisame? Although he is not too famous, he should not be mistaken for the fishman Kisame, right? But considering the opponent's strength and his own mission, he still said, I am now a rebel ninja from the hidden mist village. I want to join Konoha to seek the protection of the 5th Hokage. I wonder if the 5th Hokage has the courage to take me in. Oh, these are all trivial matters. I just happen to have a mission for you. Kanna stepped forward and wanted to pat Kisame's shoulder, but he was only 1.1 meters tall, and Kisame was at least 1.9 meters tall. In the end, she could only pat her thigh instead. Welcome to join. Then thank you 5th Hokage for taking me in. Kisame grinned and asked, by the way, I wonder what mission the Hokage will give me. Kanna, help me go undercover in the Akatsuki organization. Kisame's smile froze. What the hell? What on earth is this? Damn it, the masked man asked me to go undercover in the 5th Hokage, and now the 5th Hokage asked me to go undercover in the masked man's organization. Infernal affairs or Mission Impossible. Kanna didn't care about that, and even invited Kisame to sit on the Nine-Tails' head. The Nine-Tails snorted coldly, but didn't refuse. After all, it was Kanna's order. Then, please. Kisame didn't hesitate, and jumped on the Nine-Tails' head. Master Nine-Tails is really gentle. Humph. Stop talking nonsense. Nine-Tails felt a little embarrassed. It is the head of the nine-tailed beasts, and it is actually said to be gentle. Is this a compliment or a mockery? Kurama is indeed very gentle. Kanna nodded seriously, agreeing with Kisame's statement. Kurama was originally a carefree and cute fox, but humans' greed wanted to use it as a tool, so it has been sealed all the time. It met Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, two evil men. It finally came out, and was also controlled by the masked man Obito. Kanna began to whitewash the Nine-Tails, although the audience was only Kisame and the Nine-Tails. As the Nine-Tails listened, it suddenly found that what Kanna said made a lot of sense. Isn't it? It has been in the sealed space all the time. It finally came out once but was still controlled by Obito. When Obito's control disappeared, the first time it woke up, it had to face the attack of a group of Konoha ninjas. Naturally, it would not stand there and get beaten. Chapter 17. Kisame didn't care about the Nine-Tails' deeds. He seemed to have heard about the identity of the masked man, so he asked weakly, Hokage, who is the masked man you are talking about? Oh, that's a guy wearing a black robe, a shit yellow mask, and only one Sharingan is exposed. Kanna looked at Kisame and explained with a joking face, he is Uchiha Obito, a chess piece in the hands of Uchiha Madara. Kisame was struck by lightning when he heard this. Damn, that guy is not Uchiha Madara. I wonder how Lord Hokage knows all this. It's simple. Kanna began to talk nonsense seriously. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, is Obito's pawn. Obito is Uchiha Madara's pawn. Uchiha Madara is Black Zetsu's pawn. Black Zetsu's goal is to rescue the ancestor of Chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and Kagaya Otsutsuki is my pawn. The Nine-Tails trembled and asked weakly, Boss, the Kagaya Otsutsuki you are talking about is? It is the mother of the six-path sage Otsutsuki Hago Romo. Kanna said here, showing an evil smile, let me introduce myself again, my name is Otsutsuki Kanna, I am the king of the Otsutsuki planet, Kagaya is only worthy of being my servant, and the so-called six-path sage is just the wild child of my servant." The Nine Tails stopped talking. It felt that all this was so unreal. As for Kisame, well, Kisame was already dumbfounded at this time, as if he had been hit by an illusion. If Kanna hadn't pulled him, he might have fallen off the Nine Tails' head. "Kisame, what's wrong with you?" "My lord, there is too much information. Let me sort it out first." Kisame held his head with both hands. At this moment, he seemed to be listening to a heavenly book. What six-path sage? What six-path sage's mother? Kaguya Otsutsuki? What king of the Otsutsuki planet? This was completely beyond his tolerance. He looked at the lowly-like Kanna-chan again and asked weakly, "My lord, how old are you this year?" "More than 14,000 years old, I forgot the exact number." Kanna told the truth. Kanna Kamui was originally an electric dragon that had lived for more than 14,000 years, and she was just a child. "Sir, please allow me to stay with you. In fact, I am the person sent by Uchiha Obito to be your undercover." Kisame directly sold out Obito and revealed the fact that Obito asked him to be undercover next to Kanna. At this time, he had completely abandoned Obito. Don't say that he was just Obito. Even if it was really Uchiha Madara, it would be nothing. He was just a chess piece and sold it. "I know. In fact, I noticed you two and Orochimaru when I was dealing with the Kumagakure ninja." Kisame was not surprised. After all, the other party was the king of the Otsutsuki planet. He just didn't know that Orochimaru was there at the time. "What's your next goal?" "Let's unify the ninja world first, and we have to release Kaguya Otsutsuki." When the nine-tailed fox heard this, its body suddenly trembled. Kanna quickly patted its head to comfort it. "Don't worry, nine-tailed fox, I will use the yin nine-tailed fox in Minato Namikaze's belly." The nine-tailed fox was relieved. Based on the idea that it would rather die than die, it silently mourned for yin nine-tailed fox for 3 seconds. In this way, Kanna boasted while rushing on the road, and finally found the large group of Kirigakure in front of her. Kisame recalled the miserable state of the ninjas in the Hidden Cloud Village, and still couldn't bear to see the Hidden Mist Village follow the footsteps of the Hidden Cloud Village. He grinned and suggested, "Sir, how about letting me test the strength of the fourth Mizukage?" Kanna glanced at Kisame indifferently. "The fourth Mizukage seems to be controlled by Uchiha Obito." Kisame nodded, "Yes." "Kisame, you are really a gentle child." Kanna waved her hand, "Then go." Kisame didn't think it was wrong to be called a child by a little loli. After all, this little loli was more than 14,000 years old. In front of her, he was indeed a child. He stood up and jumped down from the head of the Nine Tails, carrying the big sword Same Hada to block in front of the Nine Tails. Kisame, Nine Tails, and the little girl on the Nine Tails' head, that should be the fifth Hokage of Konoha. Mei Terumi looked at Kanna with surprise. The more she looked, the more she felt that Kanna was so cute. If Mei Terumi knew that Kanna had just killed nearly 20,000 Kumo ninjas, I wonder what she would think. Kisame, what's wrong with you? Obito, who was controlling Yagura, frowned. Although he asked Kisame to be undercover next to Kanna, Kisame's behavior was obviously a bit abnormal, and he actually stood in front of Kanna. Kisame didn't want to waste words, because he was afraid that Kanna would misunderstand. If Kanna hadn't asked him to be undercover in the Akatsuki organization, he would have directly exposed this Uchiha Obito who was hiding his head and showing his tail. He pushed Same Hada to the ground and formed seals with his hands. "Water escape, who will repair the dam?" Kisame's body swelled, and then he spit out a large mouthful of water from his mouth. The water quickly increased and formed a small lake in a short while. Kanna was amazed. Obviously, Kisame didn't spit out much saliva, so how did all this water form? All the ninjas were forced to stand on the water, looking at Kisame opposite with surprise. This amount of chakra! How is it possible? Everyone, let the Mizukage deal with this. Don't forget that there is also the 9 tails on the opposite side. Terumi Mei took the opportunity to let the Mist Ninja retreat. She wanted to use the 9 tails to kill Yagura, so as to end the blood mist policy for many years. The Mist Ninjas looked up at the hill like 9 tails, couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and followed Terumi Mei's instructions and began to retreat. Obito was in no mood to care about these things now. He had already made plans to give up the hidden mist village. Although he didn't know what Kisame was going to do, he still controlled Yagura to transform into a tailed beast and didn't launch an attack immediately. Kisame didn't waste any words and directly merged with Samehada, and then used the advantage of the terrain to fight with Yagura, who had transformed into a tailed beast. Mei Terumi looked at the two of them in surprise. She didn't expect Kisame to be so strong he could fight back and forth with the 4th generation Mizukage who had transformed into a tailed beast. Bang bang bang! After fighting for a while, Obito seemed a little impatient. He directly controlled Yagura to completely transform into a tailed beast, and opened his mouth to send a water column to knock Kisame out. Kanna took a look at Kisame, who was knocked away, and there was nothing wrong with him. It seemed that Obito showed mercy, otherwise he would have used the tailed beast ball. "Boss, let me do it," 9 Tails suggested at this time. Kanna nodded, jumped down from the 9 Tails head and ordered, "Go ahead, remember, don't kill them." "Okay." The 9 Tails raised the corner of his mouth and opened his mouth to fire tailed beast balls continuously. Although the 3 Tails also used tailed beast balls to resist, the 3 Tails was far from being a match for the 9 Tails in terms of speed and power of firing tailed beast balls. Boom boom boom! The scene was full of tailed beast balls bombardment, and many unlucky people in the Hidden Mist Village were accidentally affected by the tailed beast balls, and a large number of them died. Mei Terumi quickly asked the Mist Ninjas to continue to retreat. After all, this was a tailed beast ball bombardment, and these ordinary ninjas were not even qualified to watch the battle. Chapter 18. The 9 Tails' strength is naturally not comparable to the 3 Tails. After a while, Yagura, who had completely transformed into a tailed beast, was beaten back to human form and fell to the ground. Kisame stepped forward and lifted Yagura up with Samehada, and came to Kanna and asked, "Boss, what should we do with Yagura?" Kanna looked at the Mist Village ninjas opposite. At this time, the Mist Ninjas looked at the 9 Tails with fear. Although they were all crazy people who survived the blood mist policy, they were not fools and naturally knew the difference in strength between the two. To put it bluntly, even if the 9 Tails stood and let them hit, they could not break the 9 Tails' defense. Not to mention that there was a Kisame who was very good at water escape and a terrifying Loli whose strength was unknown. Just as Kanna was considering whether to start a massacre, Mei Terumi ran over. "5th Hokage, can you return the 4th Mizukage to us? It's really a little fairy." Kanna commented lightly. The Hidden Mist Village had launched an unannounced war against Konoha, and now the opponent's 4th Mizukage had been captured by them. How could the opponent make such an illogical request to return the 4th Mizukage? Terumi Mei's face was also a little red, but she still said with a stiff upper lip, "As long as the 5th Hokage can return the Mizukage to our Hidden Mist Village, our Hidden Mist Village is willing to surrender unconditionally." Unconditional surrender? Kanna blinked her eyes. Why did this sentence sound a little wrong? Terumi Mei nodded seriously, "Yes, unconditional surrender." "What about after the surrender?" "Well, after the surrender, our hidden mist village will announce to the outside world that we surrendered to your Konoha." Terumi Mei answered as if it was a matter of course. Kanna was speechless. Is this what the future 5th Mizukage can say? In ancient times, unconditional surrender meant giving up the territory to the victorious party. You surrendered, and then announced to the public that we surrendered, and then there was nothing else. What the hell are you thinking? However, considering Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions during the Third World War, it seems not surprising that Terumi Mei can say such a thing. The supply line of Iwagakure was bombed, and the Kanabi Bridge was announced to surrender. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a large amount of supplies to the surrendering party. Sand Village announced its surrender, and Sarutobi Hiruzen gave them a large amount of supplies again. Kumagakure came to ask for money, and Sarutobi Hiruzen gave them a large amount of supplies again. Thinking of this, Kanna began to suspect that Sarutobi Hiruzen was an undercover sent by the enemy country. Shaking her head, she put these messy thoughts aside and pointed a finger at Terumi Mei. "Terumi Mei, the entire Kirigakure village surrenders to me." "That's impossible." Terumi Mei refused directly. "Don't rush to refuse." Kanna shook her head and changed her fingers to 3. "I'll give you 3 days to think about it. If you don't surrender, I will take the 9 tails to massacre the city in the Hidden Mist village. At that time, I don't care whether you are old or young. As long as you are alive, everyone is equal under the tailed beast ball." "You lunatic!" Mei Terumi glared at Kanna with gritted teeth. Kanna ignored it directly and winked at Kisame. After Kisame threw Yagura over, she continued to say, "I will come again in 3 days." Leaving this sentence, Kanna took the 9 tails and Kisame and left without looking back. Mei Terumi took Yagura and found that although Yagura was still alive, he had a big mental problem. It was obvious that he had been controlled by illusions for many years. In the evening, Obito contacted Kisame in a special way. Kisame said hello to Kanna and went to the appointment. Obito stared at Kisame with his one eye, and asked in a deep voice, "Kisame, I thought you betrayed me." Kisame spread his hands and explained with a grin, "Madara, Kanna Kamui gave me a task, that is, let me go undercover in the Akatsuki organization. What do you want me to do?" "What undercover in the Akatsuki organization?" Obito was dumbfounded when he heard this. "Good guy," he asked Kisame to go undercover in Kanna, and Kanna asked Kisame to go undercover in turn. What is this? How did she know about the Akatsuki organization? "I don't know about that." Kisame looked at Obito with interest. "Madara, what should I do now?" Obito's teeth hurt, he didn't know what to do. He couldn't beat him, and he was also very uncomfortable. "Then you should go back to the Akatsuki organization first, don't arouse the other party's suspicion." Obito left after leaving this sentence. He still needed to discuss with Black Zetsu. Kisame sneered, thinking, "What are you pretending as a chess piece, and the lowest chess piece in the world of nesting dolls besides Nagato? Did he really think he was the mastermind behind the scenes?" Kirigakure village, Mizukage's office. At this time, the office was filled with Kirigakure village's high-level officials, the heads of the major families, elite jonin, and the like. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely depressing. Mei Terumi had already relayed Kanna's words to everyone, and they had also heard the news about the battlefield in the Hidden Cloud village. Kanna used only one move to wipe out 20,000 ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village, and even the 4th Raikage was killed. The master sat in the leading position and thought for a long time before speaking. From the current situation, Kanna Kamui is absolutely true to her word, and our Hidden Mist village has no ability to stop the other party's massacre, so there are only 3 choices for us. First, fight to the death, and the consequence of doing so is likely to be the annihilation of the Hidden Mist village. Second, everyone abandons the hidden mist village, but it is not certain whether Kanna-Kamui will continue to pursue, and third, the hidden mist village directly submits to Kanna-Kamui. After the master finished speaking, he closed his eyes and no longer expressed any opinions. He saw that in the face of absolute strength, what others say is what it is, unless the person with absolute strength is a fool like Senju Hashirama. However, he did not speak, and no one dared to speak at the scene. After all, this was related to the destruction of the village. And the other party also said that no matter men, women, old or young, everyone is equal under the tailed beast ball. Who dares to speak in this situation? Hey! After a long silence, the master sighed, stood up and announced, the hidden mist village will submit to the fifth Hokage. Leaving behind this sentence, the master hunched over and left. Everyone looked at the master's back, although they were very unwilling, but they did not refute. Compared with the deadness of the hidden mist village, the Konoha village was jubilant at this time. Look, look, I knew that the fifth Hokage was the strongest. Isn't it the fifth Hokage killed 20,000 Kumo ninjas by himself? More than that, I heard that he only used one move. Yes, the fourth Raikage was also killed by the fifth Hokage. Suddenly I think the fifth Hokage is so handsome. An Anbu ninja stared at the newly carved Kanna's head, Hokage Rock, with admiration. Others also looked over. Hokage Rock Kanna's head had a silly and cute face, which was not at all handsome. If you want to say it was cute, it would be reasonable. The voices of praise resounded throughout Konoha. Except for the villagers whose relatives were killed by Kanna, no one thought it was not good for Kanna to be Hokage. Chapter 19. In the Hokage's office. The clan leaders of each clan, representatives of ordinary ninjas, and Jiraiya are all here. Narashikawa held a document with a faint smile on his face. This time, the Cloud Village has been crippled by the Hokage. Except for the two Jinkriki and a few ninjas whose legs were cut off, no one survived. The Rock Village and the Sand Village probably dare not make any moves. Now the Hokage has taken the Nine Tails to the Mist Village. It is estimated that the news will be transmitted back tomorrow. After hearing this, everyone cheered. Konoha has changed, and the unification of the ninja world that Kanna said before seems to be a natural outcome. However, at such a happy moment, there are always people who break the atmosphere at an inappropriate time. Jiraiya raised his hand and asked, Shikaha, since the fifth generation Hokage has the strength beyond the first generation, can she let Naruto out? The scene suddenly became quiet again, and it was obvious that no one was willing. If it weren't for Jiraiya's strength, it would be estimated that someone would get angry. What a joke, the Nine Tails is now completely on the side of Konoha. Why did you let the Nine Tails go back and replace it with a little brat who is useless to Konoha? Jiraiya-sama, I know you care about Naruto, but on major issues, I hope you can be more rational. Narashika took out a battle report and explained, the Nine Tails alone suppressed the Eight Tails and the Two Tails, and went to the Land of Fire to ask the daimyo for funds. It was also thanks to the Nine Tails that we were able to do so smoothly. Jiraiya naturally didn't want to give up, and quickly retorted, the fifth Hokage was also able to suppress the Eight Tails and the Two Tails. It's impossible for the Hokage to do everything. Narashika had already experienced the benefits of standing on the Nine Tails' head and pretending to be a fox, so he naturally didn't want Konoha to lose the Nine Tails. However, he did not want to offend Jiraiya, so he suggested, how about this, Jiraiya, let's vote and decide. Humph. No need. Jiraiya knew that no one would be willing to sacrifice the Nine Tails for Naruto, and he left the Hokage's office with a sullen face. Narashika shrugged indifferently. The reason why he respected Jiraiya was because of Jiraiya's contribution to Konoha in the three wars, not because he was afraid of the opponent's strength. In terms of strength, Jiraiya is probably not the opponent of the Nine Tails, let alone Kanna, who can kill 20,000 ninjas in seconds. The next day, Kisame was arranged by Kanna to go undercover in the Akatsuki organization. According to the original plot, Orochimaru had already defected from the Akatsuki organization at this time, but after seeing Kanna's strength, Orochimaru seemed to be less interested in Uchiha Itachi and did not attack Itachi, but even so, Orochimaru often listened to orders but not instructions, so Obito still arranged Kisame to be a partner with Uchiha Itachi. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was sitting on the wooden dock by the lake, carrying a large scroll on his back, and inside the scroll was Sasuke's body. It is said that when inviting Haiden accidentally touched his scroll and was chopped into 18 pieces by him, and he also held Haiden's head and fired a moon reading. Kisame approached step by step, grinning, "From today on, I will team up with you. I am Hoshigaki Kisame, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. Please take care of me in the future." Itachi ignored him and continued to observe the sharks in the lake. As for why there were sharks in the lake, it might be bull sharks. Kisame didn't care, and continued to say, "You are Uchiha Itachi from the original Konoha. I have heard of your deeds. I heard that you defiled the sow next door. Fortunately, I am a shark." Uchiha Itachi's mouth twitched. Damn, this shark face is definitely intentional. Anyone with a bit of intelligence ability knows that he became an S-rank rebel ninja because he exterminated the Uchiha clan. As for the crime given by Konoha, it is estimated that it can only fool the civilians. In fact, Itachi really wronged Kisame. Kisame has been in the closed Kirigakure. Kanna didn't say it, and Obito naturally wouldn't have nothing to do to tell Kisame about this. "Hey! Let's fight! Fight!" Uchiha Itachi finally made a move at this time, stood up and stared at Kisame with the 3 Magatama Sharingan, "Just what I want." Since Kisame fought with the perfect 3-tail, he seemed to be inflated. He thought that even if the 9-tail didn't take action, he could press the perfect 3-tail to the ground and rub it. Then Kisame fought back and forth with Uchiha Itachi, and finally pressed Uchiha Itachi to the ground and rubbed it. Of course, the above are all what Kisame thinks. Because at this time, Kisame was standing there with a silly smile, his eyes were dull, and drool was flowing from the corners of his mouth. In fact, Kisame was not weak, but he lacked information. He actually looked into the eyes of the Sharingan, and he deserved to be defeated in an instant. When Kisame reacted, there was no you. The figure of Uchiha Itachi was gone, and he was the only one left standing stupidly on the dock. Fortunately, he did not touch Uchiha Itachi's reverse scale, that is, the scroll behind him, otherwise it would not be as simple as letting him stand stupidly. As for the sow and so on, to be honest, Uchiha Itachi did not care too much about these reputations. Kisame's face was very ugly. None of his big moves were used. He was unknowingly caught in the opponent's illusion. If Uchiha Itachi wanted, he would have been killed unknowingly. It seems that in the future, when fighting with this pervert, we can't look him in the eye. 3 days passed like this. Kanna swaggered into the Hidden Mist village, and no one dared to stop him until he entered the Mizuki's office. At this time, the Mizuki's office was full of people, but the top main seat was empty. Kanna was not polite, and sat directly on the main seat. He glanced around, and the only people he recognized were Mei Terumi, Ao, and Zabuza. The others were all extras. Although Kanna looks like a little lowly, the ninja world respects strength, and the people present don't even dare to look at him. He is truly a person who intimidates a country. The master took a deep breath, stood up and asked, I wonder how the 5th Hokage plans to arrange our Kirigakure. Mei Terumi is the 5th Mizukage. You should do what you should do and manage my Kirigakure. After I clean up the sand village and the rock village, you can announce that the water country has submitted to me. Kanna made the most domineering declaration in a calm tone, directly announcing that this is his Kirigakure. As for the hidden cloud village, there is no hurry. With 20,000 ninjas dead, it is estimated that as long as he threatens, they will surrender obediently. If it doesn't work, destroy the entire hidden cloud village, and even the entire lightning country. The master was shocked. The 5th Hokage is planning to unify the ninja world. He didn't doubt whether Kanna could do it, but he still said the problem on his side. Of course there is no problem with the hidden mist village, but the daimyo of the land of water. Don't mention daimyo to me. He doesn't want to be daimyo, but there are many who want to be daimyo. If that doesn't work, use illusion to control him. Kanna waved her hand indifferently, remember, my orders are absolute. Kanna left after saying this, leaving Yuanji, Mei Terumi, and others stunned. Chapter 20. Kanna was too lazy to care about the affairs of Kirigakure, and there was no need to care. Since the people of Kirigakure had agreed to surrender, as long as she still had absolute strength, they would not dare to break the agreement. As for Iwagakure and Sandgakure, they were not in a hurry. If Kirigakure had not attacked them, Kirigakure would not have needed to be in a hurry. They only needed to wait until Akatsuki began to capture the tailed beasts and Obito launched the 4th Ninja World War. That would be the best time to unify. Nine-Tail, go back to Konoha first. Boss, where are you going? The Nine-Tail looked puzzled. Compared to going back to Konoha, it was more willing to follow Kanna. It's okay if you don't go back to Konoha, you can move freely. Kanna waved her hand, I'll find you if I have something. Yes, boss. The Nine-Tail's eyes lit up. Free movement was precious to the Nine-Tail, who had been locked in a sealed space for many years. After watching the nine-tailed fox leave, Kanna turned around and looked at a small white snake sticking out its tongue. Uncle Snake, do you have something to do with me? Hearing this, the small white snake in front of her was stunned for a moment, but did not take the next step. Kanna frowned her cute eyebrows, and her eyes began to emit lightning. Orochimaru noticed that Kanna was angry, and the white snake slowly opened its mouth, and then a hand stretched out from the little snake's mouth, and then Orochimaru also crawled out of the snake's mouth. After Orochimaru appeared, he first washed his face with his tongue and greeted Kanna in a hoarse voice. Nice to meet you, the 5th generation of Hokage, I am Orochimaru. Tisk tisk. Kanna ignored Orochimaru, but stepped forward and picked up the little white snake. This white snake was less than half a meter long and had a slender body. He really couldn't figure out how Orochimaru got out of the belly of such a small snake. Uncle Snake, how did you get out of such a small snake body? This is just a simple snake substitution technique. If the 5th Hokage is interested. I am very interested. Kanna nodded seriously, then shook her head, but can you change to some other creatures or plants after all? Snakes look quite creepy. Orochimaru choked and thought that the 5th Hokage was crazy. You are so strong, is it interesting to study this thing? He shook his head and put these messy thoughts behind him. Orochimaru is a professional human trafficker. He is always successful in kidnapping children, but it depends on the person. For a child like Kanna who is so powerful that it makes people desperate, you must use the right method. 5 Hokage, are you interested in immortality? Immortality? Kanna nodded and said seriously, "Of course I am interested. I have lived for more than 14,000 years, and I don't know how to live forever." 1. 14,000 years. Orochimaru looked at Kanna with a silly face and shook his head. He naturally didn't believe that this naughty child who looked only about 7 or 8 years old was more than 14,000 years old. Kanna didn't care. Her purpose was to speed up the process of capturing the tailed beast. She asked Orochimaru, "Uncle Snake, you are still in the Akatsuki organization now?" "Oh, the 5 generation still knows the Akatsuki organization." Orochimaru was a little surprised. After all, the Akatsuki organization has been hiding in the dark for these years. Before Orochimaru could think about it, Kanna made another decision that surprised Orochimaru even more. "Uncle Snake, as a member of the Akatsuki organization, can you bring me into the Akatsuki organization?" Orochimaru was confused when he heard it. The 5th generation Hokage of Konoha village actually wanted to join an organization full of rebellious ninjas. After reacting, he seemed to think of something interesting. Then he showed a playful smile again, and after washing his face with his tongue again, he said lightly, "Of course, no problem." One day later, under the introduction of Orochimaru, Kanna finally saw the legendary rice-carrying boss, Pain. The 5th Hokage. Although Pain had no expression on his face, Nagato, who controlled Pain, was panicking. As the boss of the Akatsuki organization, he naturally knew Kanna's fierce record in the Kumagakure battlefield. If Kanna's combat power shown on the surface was her full combat power, it would be fine, but looking at her relaxed and comfortable appearance, it can be seen that she did not use her full strength. He controlled Pain to question Orochimaru again. "Orochimaru, what do you mean by bringing the 5th Hokage of Konoha here?" "Of course, to join the Akatsuki organization." Orochimaru spread his hands and told the truth. Nagato naturally didn't believe it, and controlled Pain to look at Kanna, and the Rinnegan stared at Kanna's light blue eyes, as if he wanted to put some pressure on the other party. "God of Konoha, what is your purpose?" "Of course, to join the Akatsuki organization. What other purpose can there be?" Kanna Nagato was a little impatient. If he didn't know how to seal the tailed beast, he would have done it alone. Pain suddenly stopped moving. It seemed that Nagato was discussing something with Konan. After a long while, he nodded expressionlessly. "Welcome to join us." Orochimaru seemed to be willing to do anything and said, "Chief, don't you need to test the strength of this Kanna Kamui?" Kanna also wanted to experience the strength of 6 paths Pain, and followed up with, "Chief, let's have a try." "No need." Pain said the most shocking words in the coolest tone. If he had the confidence to kill Kanna, he would have just done it. After all, as the 5th Hokage of Konoha, he wanted to join the Akatsuki organization. He didn't need to see that he had another purpose. At this moment, a space vortex suddenly appeared. The person who came was Uchiha Obito. He was naturally not here to make trouble. After all, he had never met Kanna before and thought that Kanna must not know him. So he made a very exaggerated body movement, pretending to be crazy and laughing. "Ah, is there a newcomer?" The masked man who suddenly appeared scared Orochimaru, and he wondered when did Akatsuki have such a person. Kanna did not expose him, and asked lightly, "Who are you?" "Me." Obito pointed at himself, and then introduced with a smile, "My name is Afei, I joined Akatsuki before you, and I will be your senior in the future." "Oh, hello, Afei Senior, I am Kona Kamui, a rebel ninja from Konoha, please give me more guidance in the future." Obito's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, "Give your sister more guidance." The fifth generation Hokage of Konoha said that he was a rebel ninja, and he was a rebel ninja after defeating the ninja armies of the two countries of Thunder and Water alone. Only a fool would believe it, right? Not to mention Obito, even Nagato didn't believe it, but they didn't dare to turn against each other because of the other party's strength. However, Obito was relieved in his heart. Fortunately, the other party didn't know him. He was secretly glad that he didn't have any contact with the other party when he was in Konoha. He had to continue to play crazy and stupid. A traitor from Konoha, he came from the same village as Yidazaki. Kanna Kamui, do you know Uchiha Itachi? Yes, isn't it Uchiha Itachi who defected after defiled the Sao, who in the ninja world doesn't know him now? Ah, right, right. What do you think of Yidazaki? Why is he so depressed? Senior Afei, don't say that. In front of love, height is not that, gender is not that, and race is not a problem. It's just that the Sao Qiwa is pitiful. I heard that she is pregnant. Kanna and Afei chatted casually, as if they had found a confidant. Even if Obito pretended to be crazy and stupid, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Itachi's crime was not forced on him by you, a born evil kid. Just then, Kakuzu came in with a box of money, and Obito quickly changed the subject. Kakuzu-senpai, you're back. Where are your teammates, Kakuzu-senpai? Chapter 21. Kakuzu didn't answer, just raised the box in his hand. Translated, it means, ninjutsu, the art of exchanging money for teammates. Kakuzu didn't want to pay attention to Orochimaru and Afei, but he was suddenly attracted by a little loli, and his pupils dilated. Are you Kanna Kamui, who has a bounty of 500 million taels? Kanna's mind was full of question marks, wondering when she was bountied and it's 500 million taels. How many asumas is it worth? Damn, no need to look, it must be Danzo. Thinking of this, Kanna raised her eyebrows at Kakuzu. Kakuzu, do you want to show your hand? Show your hand, forget it. Kakuzu shook his head. Although he loved money, he also knew that he couldn't be Kanna's opponent, so as not to be in vain. Next was the Akatsuki initiation ceremony. There was no beheading or spilling chicken blood, just a simple selection of nail polish colors and Akatsuki uniforms. Kanna looked at the various colors of nail polish, and her choice difficulty began to occur. Deidara was so hot-tempered that he slammed the table and stood up. Hey, kid, that's enough. It takes so long to choose a nail polish. My time is very precious. Then I'll choose the red one. Deidara took out the red nail polish and said with an unhappy face, the red one, right? Put your hand out. Kanna always felt that this scene was very inconsistent. Deidara actually became a manicurist in the Akatsuki organization. This was not mentioned in the original book. But it must be said that the treatment of the Akatsuki organization is still quite good. There are actually people to help apply nail polish. Bang! Kanna slammed her hand on the table, accidentally using too much force, and the table made a loud noise. Deidara thought it was a provocation from the newcomer, and glared at Kanna fiercely. Kid, I warn you, don't be so arrogant, otherwise I will let you try my art. What's wrong with being arrogant? Is it illegal to be arrogant? Kanna also didn't indulge him. Deidara was so angry that he was completely defeated by Kanna. Kanna didn't even use the energy of lightning to restrain Deidara's clay, and Deidara was knocked down. Then Deidara, with a bruised face, obediently helped Kanna do manicure. Orochimaru, why didn't you say earlier that this kid is the 5th generation Hokage? Orochimaru didn't even bother to pay attention to Deidara. Kakuzu recognized Kanna Kamui at a glance, and only Deidara and Afei, two idiots, couldn't recognize it. After a while, the manicure was done. Kanna looked at the nail polish that was the same color as her aunt's and nodded her head with satisfaction. Orochimaru, when you joined the Akatsuki organization, did Deidara also help you paint your nails? That's not the case. It was Biwajozo who helped me paint it. Kanna recalled the scene of Biwajozo helping Orochimaru paint his nails in her mind, and she couldn't help shuddering. The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Then Kanna came to the dressing room to choose clothes from Akatsuki. What made Kanna feel even more uncomfortable was that Kakuzu was washing clothes in it. I wondered what was going on. Aren't Akatsuki's styles very high? Deidara did manicures, Kakuzu washed clothes, which was not mentioned at all in the original book. Kanna Kamui, how tall are you? 1 meter 1. Kanna answered woodenly. Then Kakuzu brought Kanna 2 sets of Akatsuki clothes and went back to wash clothes. Kanna took the clothes and looked at Kakuzu's back as he was rubbing the clothes. Putting aside the teammates killed by Kakuzu, at this moment, he felt that Akatsuki was still quite humane. When Kanna painted her nail polish, put on Akatsuki's clothes, and went to meet the leader Pain. Pain gave Kanna a ring with the word Shen written on it. Kanna frowned. If he remembered correctly, this ring should belong to Black Zetsu. I thought, Black Zetsu, wouldn't he do anything to the ring? Thinking of this, Kanna calmly used electricity to shock the ring, and only put it on after finding that there was nothing inside. Pain just glanced at it lightly, and didn't say much, and convened a general meeting of all employees of Akatsuki. Of course, except for Kanna and Orochimaru, all of them used the illusion body technique. Even though Pain, Deidara, and Kakuzu were at the Akatsuki headquarters, they still used the illusion body meeting. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Kanna, and the illusion body seemed to tremble for a moment, and then it returned to calm. Kanna also glanced at Uchiha Itachi, and said lightly, "Shit baboon." Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter came from Haiden's illusion body. Did you see Kakuzu? Akatsuki actually started to recruit children. Kakuzu was too lazy to pay attention to this brainless guy. He was chopped into 8 pieces by Uchiha Itachi last time. He really doesn't know whether to live or die. Kanna squinted her eyes towards Haiden. If the other party was not a phantom body, it would have been turned into ashes. Senior Haiden, where are you now? I have some news about the evil god to tell you. Ah! You little brat, you have to call the evil god master, do you know? Haiden criticized Kanna arrogantly, but still revealed his location. I am now at No XX, XX Street, XX Town, XX Country of so-and-so. Thank you for telling me. Kanna nodded and stopped talking. Kakuzu glanced at Haiden indifferently. Idiot. Kanna Kamui. Pain looked at Kanna at this time. Killing each other is prohibited in the Akatsuki organization. Don't worry, leader, I won't kill Haiden. Kanna didn't intend to kill Haiden. He was the 5th generation Hokage, so naturally he was not such a stingy person. He just planned to cut off Haiden's head and throw it into the cesspool, just to teach Haiden a little lesson. Pain first introduced Kanna to the members of the Akatsuki organization. This is Kanna Kamui, the former 5th Hokage. Since Kakuzu's partner died unexpectedly, Kanna Kamui is a new member of our Akatsuki organization. Kakuzu said at this time, Chief, you don't want me to partner with Kanna Kamui, do you? No, Kakuzu, your partner is Haiden. Kakuzu was relieved at this time. He didn't want to partner with a monster. No problem, if Haiden can still survive. Hey! Kakuzu, do you look down on me? Haiden naturally knew that the mortality rate of being Kakuzu's partner was almost 100%, and thought Kakuzu was going to attack him, but he was not afraid because he was immortal. Don't argue, since everyone knows each other, then I will tell you about the future plan of Akatsuki organization. Then Pain talked about the future plan of Akatsuki organization. The first stage is to take on tasks to accumulate original funds, and will also intervene in local wars, so as to gradually master the war market. The second stage is to use the tailed beasts to cooperate with the war market to cause war, and finally take control of all wars and achieve complete monopoly. As for the third stage, it is to capture the tailed beasts and make a super weapon to shock the ninja world, similar to the atomic bomb in the previous life. Chief, I don't think it's necessary to go through so much trouble. At this time, Kanna raised her hand and said, go directly to the third stage, capture the tailed beasts and make tailed beast weapons. Chapter 22. Kanna wanted to work for Akatsuki, but Pain or Nagato actually rejected him. Chief, why I need a reason? Kanna was very unhappy. She stomped on the middle finger of the outer path demon elephant and said fiercely, now the cloud village has been crippled by me, the mist village has been beaten to a living by fishing, and the rock village has been scared by me. We can capture the tailed beasts in advance. Pain's samsara eye glanced at Kanna lightly, because it's not the time yet. Kanna's light blue eyes stared at Pain's samsara eye fiercely. He finally saw that the time was not right, was fake. To put it bluntly, Nagato didn't trust him. Damn, I finally wanted to help you guys capture the tailed beasts, but I got treated like this leader, you will regret it. Humph. Kanna Kamui, I am the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Kanna. Nagato didn't care about that, leaving this sentence and disconnecting the link of the illusion body technique. Seeing Pain leave, Konan also disconnected the link. Orochimaru was amazed. He could see that the leader Pain seemed to be afraid of this little lowly Hokage. Kisame kept winking at Kanna, hoping to talk to Kanna alone. After all, he was sent by Kanna to the Akatsuki organization, but Kanna, his boss, also joined the club, making him unable to find his position for a while. It's a pity that he has small eyes. No matter how he wants to wink, his small eyes are still too small to attract other people's attention. At this time, Kanna was very angry, and Phaeton, who had just offended him, was a good tool to reduce heat. Senior Phaejuan, you are now at No XX, XX Street, XX Town, XX Country of Hot Springs, right? Ah ha 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 ha. No, I just lied to you, I am now in the country of wind. Phaeton left this sentence and quickly hung up the link. He was either killing people or on the way to killing people before, and he had no idea what Kanna had done. Now that he heard that Kanna had crippled the hidden cloud village and the hidden mist village by herself, he naturally had to stay away. Uchiha Itachi was hesitant to speak, he really wanted to talk to Kanna alone, but considering the other party's unreasonable character, he sighed and hung up the link. He knew that Kanna was Uchiha-tan, and the murderer of Sasuke, but Kanna's words made him remember clearly that weakness is the original sin. If he had Kanna's strength, then the matter between Konoha and Uchiha would not be a problem at all. Because of Kanna's despairing strength, he could only bury his revenge thoughts in his heart. What he had to do at this moment was to find a way to resurrect Sasuke, and how to let Sasuke grow up safely after resurrection. Kanna naturally didn't care about Uchiha Itachi's idea. Seeing that it didn't work with Nagato, he set his sights on Black Zetsu. Senior Zetsu, I think Pain is too timid to catch a few tailed beasts. He is no longer suitable to be the leader. If I come out to compete for the position of leader, will you support me? Black Zetsu was stunned, thinking what was going on with Kanna-Kamui. Why didn't anyone ask him? Did he know about his hidden big Mimi? Seeing Black Zetsu in a daze, Kanna urged impatiently, "Senior Zetsu, say something." Black Zetsu still didn't speak, so Kanna turned his eyes to Kisame again. "Kisame, I want to come out and fight for the position of leader. Will you support me?" "Of course I will," Kisame answered without hesitation. He was originally sent by Kanna to Akatsuki as an undercover agent. Now his superior has infiltrated Akatsuki and threatened to fight for the position of leader. He has no reason to refuse. Kisame's answer was as Kanna expected. He turned his eyes to Kakuzu again. "Kakuzu, when I become the leader, you will be in charge of Akatsuki's money. No one can ask you for money in any form, including me, the leader. Will you support me?" Kakuzu was stunned. He thought of the money he had earned with great difficulty, which was embezzled by Konan for various reasons. Even complaining to the leader Pain was useless because Pain and Konan were originally in the same group. Thinking of this, Kakuzu was furious and his evil heart was full of anger. "Kanna-Kamui, I'll blow you up, let Konan and Pain eat shit." Kanna was stunned. He didn't expect Kakuzu to have such a big grudge against Pain. It seems that Pain is not a very good leader. But this is a good thing for him. After nodding with satisfaction, he turned his eyes to Orochimaru. "Uncle Snake. Master Kanna, I will support you." Orochimaru grinned and said to him Akatsuki had no sense of belonging to begin with. If Kanna hadn't appeared, he would have planned to attack Uchiha Itachi. Whether he succeeded or failed, he would have defected from Akatsuki. Now that Kanna was out to cause trouble, he was happy to watch the show. "Not bad, Uncle Snake, you are the real hero." Kanna was very satisfied with Uncle Snake's approach. He didn't even have to fool himself, and he just burst himself. Uncle Snake was really, he was crying. Then Kanna turned her eyes to Deidara. "Deidara, art is explosion. Do you want to understand real art? Hey, you little brat seems to have just joined Akatsuki today. You want to usurp the throne just after joining." Deidara felt a little annoyed. Even if he was carefree, he always felt that Kanna was unreliable. Damn, he was still helping Kanna paint her nails an hour ago, and you're going to be the boss in an hour. Why don't you go to heaven? Kanna was still confident that she could control a 13-year-old kid like Deidara. "Deidara, your art is still flawed. It is actually restrained by lightning. As long as you support me to be the leader of Akatsuki, I will tell you the art that is not restrained by lightning. Do you want it?" Really? Deidara looked suspicious. Kanna saw that Deidara was beginning to be tempted, and then she continued to deceive him. "Pearls are not so real, Deidara, you don't want to betray art, do you?" "Humph. Since you also agree that art is explosion, then why don't I support you?" Deidara is not a spineless person. The main reason is that he has just joined Akatsuki and was forced by Uchiha Itachi to join by force. Naturally, he does not have such deep feelings for Akatsuki. After Kanna dealt with Deidara, she turned her attention to Scorpion. "Scorpion, art is eternal, learn about Gundam." "Scorpion. Good fellow, you said art is explosion just 1 second ago, and you said art is eternal the next second. You really treat people differently." But Scorpion originally held an indifferent attitude. Since so many people supported Kanna to be the leader, he naturally did not refuse. Kanna finally cast her eyes on Black Zetsu, with a smile on her face. "Senior Zetsu, you won't not support me, right?" "Humph. With so many people supporting you, you don't need me anymore." Black Zetsu disconnected the link with the slide body after he finished speaking. At this moment, his plan was completely disrupted by Kanna, and he needed to discuss with Obito. Chapter 23. After Black Zetsu disconnected the link with his phantom body, he immediately found Obito and told him everything about Kanna's plot to usurp the throne. What, Black Zetsu? You mean that Kanna Kamui has sidelined Nagato and has received support from Kisame, Orochimaru, Kakuzu, Deidara, and Sasori? In a cave, Obito stared at Black Zetsu in amazement, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. If I remember correctly, Kanna Kamui just joined the Akatsuki organization today, right? Obito, none of this matters. What should we do now? Black Zetsu was a little anxious. He was still waiting to save his mother. Obito was speechless. How could he know what to do with Kanna's ability to kill 20,000 Kumo ninjas and the 4th Raikage in a split second? He couldn't do anything to her at all. And Kanna Kamui had no ties at all. He couldn't even threaten her. What else could he do? As for Kanna being the 5th Hokage of Konoha, don't joke. With what Kanna did in Konoha, she doesn't care about Konoha at all. Black Zetsu, go inform Nagato first. I'm afraid Kanna Kamui will attack Nagato. The Samsara Eye cannot be lost. Okay, got it. Black Zetsu also knew the importance of the Samsara Eye, and used the floating technique to find Nagato as soon as possible. Obito walked out of the cave a little irritated. Kanna's early goal was the same as his, both of which were to capture the tailed beasts. Kanna didn't know his identity yet. When the time came, he would find Kanna and express his support for her to be the leader of the Akatsuki organization. In the early stage, they could cooperate, but as for the later stage, it would depend on their own abilities. To be on the safe side, he needed enough strength to snatch the tailed beasts, so he decided to snatch back the Mangeki Sharingan that he had placed on Kakashi's eye sockets. There was just one thing that he was very confused about. Kakashi's Sharingan was obviously taken away by Kanna, so why did Kanna return the eye in a high-rise building in the land of rain? Black Zetsu, what did you say? I was sidelined? Nagato was confused for a moment, and then he became furious after reacting, what a joke, I am the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Nagato couldn't help it anymore, he was different from Obito. Akatsuki organization was founded by him, Yahiko, and Konan, so it goes without saying how deep his feelings for Akatsuki organization are. The three of them are the soul of Akatsuki organization, and Kanna Kamui is just a newcomer who joined Akatsuki organization today. This is like a band, 2 side dishes fried the chef, it's funny, Akatsuki organization without pain, what kind of Akatsuki organization is it? Nagato, now is not the time to be incompetent and furious, leave quickly, I'm afraid Kanna Kamui will harm you. Black Zetsu was a little anxious. It didn't matter whether Nagato was dead or not, but the Samsara Eye could not be lost. Konan also reacted to this shocking news and persuaded, yes, Nagato, we are in danger now, we must leave quickly. Boom! Just then, a big hole was broken in the building by someone, and the person who came was Kanna. Kanna still had a little electricity on her body at this time, and she looked at Nagato with a playful face. However, this little loli's appearance, no matter what expression she made, gave people the feeling that there was no deterrent power, unless at the moment of action. Where are you going? Konan immediately took out a kunai to block Nagato. Kanna Kamui, what do you want? Kanna ignored Konan, but cast her eyes on Nagato, who was sitting on the toilet, with tubes inserted in his back, and looked at him. It hurt to look at him. Samsaranga, you don't look like pain, right? Why do you have a samsara eye? Kanna pretended to be puzzled, mainly because he still needed Nagato to seal the tailed beast with the outer path demon elephant, and that thing couldn't be summoned without the Samsara Eye. As for snatching the Samsara Eye, sorry, he didn't have chakra. Even though he used his tail to suck out Kakashi's chakra last time, the chakra he absorbed turned into electricity in the end. Nagato didn't answer. At this time he was driving the six paths pain to rush here with all his strength. Kanna was not in a hurry. Even if pain came, what could he do? He was not afraid at all. So he cast his eyes on Black Zetsu next door and asked again, "Black Zetsu, will you support me?" Black Zetsu. At this time, Black Zetsu had only two choices. One was to escape, which would completely offend Kanna. The second was to agree, so that he might be able to continue to cooperate with Kanna. At least he knew that Kanna's early goal was also to capture the tailed beast. Of course, I agree that Lady Kanna will become the leader of Akatsuki. Black Zetsu, you. Konan looked at Black Zetsu angrily. As the saying goes, a man who knows the times is a hero. Black Zetsu spread his hands and in a nonchalant tone, he persuaded, "Konan, Nagato, your goals are not in conflict with those of Lady Kanna, why don't you agree too?" Ah ha ha ha. Kanna transformed into the fifth Uchiha laughing hero, and looked at Nagato with a smug look on her face. "Pain, you are the one who should regret it, now I am the leader of Akatsuki." Nagato was so angry, he just said that he was the leader of Akatsuki, but he didn't expect that in less than 10 minutes, the other party had succeeded in usurping the throne. Swish swish swish. Just then, the six paths of pain finally rushed over and surrounded Nagato and Konan in the middle. Oh, it turns out that pain is just a puppet, and there are 6 of them. Kanna didn't care at all, and found a chair to sit down, looking at Nagato and reminding him slowly, "Even if they come, what do you think they can do anything to me?" Nagato knew from Kanna's record that even if the 6 paths of pain came together, they might not be Kanna's opponent. Besides, his true form has been discovered. Once the fight begins, Kanna will definitely attack his true form first. After a long silence, Nagato finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "Kanna Kamui, what is your purpose? How about this, I will help you capture the tailed beast myself. We can talk about it after the tailed beast is sealed. What do you think?" Nagato looked at Konan. "Konan, what do you think? Promise him." Konan answered without hesitation. No matter what, she must ensure that Nagato is out of danger first. Now Nagato's true form is exposed to Kanna Kamui. Once the fight begins, not to mention 6 paths pain, even she will be restrained. Nagato nodded, "Okay, I promise you." A wise choice. Kanna stood up and walked out. When she reached the door, she stopped and turned back to remind him, "Pain, I am the leader of Akatsuki." Nagato's mouth twitched. He suspected that Kanna Kamui was plotting to usurp the throne just because he said, "I am the leader of Akatsuki." In fact, Nagato really guessed it right. Kanna had never thought of usurping the throne. Who told Nagato to learn from Sarutobi Hiruzen when there were no other options? Kanna was not Danzo, and he didn't like to slam the door and leave. Chapter 24. After leaving the Akatsuki base, Kanna will meet Orochimaru, and also learn from Orochimaru that Danzo is in the Sound Village. Sexy son brother. Kanna tutted twice, wondering what use Danzo still has. At this time, the plot has been changed beyond recognition by him. Konoha is now under his management, Sasuke is dead, and Naruto has been replaced by the Nine Tails. Black Zetsu now supports him to be the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Whether it is sincere or not, Black Zetsu now has to listen to him on the surface. Obito is still pretending to be crazy and stupid. With his appearance, it is estimated that Obito will not easily come to the surface. He also wants to speed up the plot and can't wait for Obito, so Danzo seems to be a good scapegoat. Orochimaru, what do you think about letting Danzo become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails? Danzo, why? Orochimaru looked puzzled. Although he cooperated with Danzo, he always looked down on Danzo in his heart. Although Danzo has ambitions, such as becoming Hokage and unifying the ninja world, his strength is completely unmatched by his ambitions. Yes, let him become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and then you use his name to directly launch the 4th Ninja World War. Danzo, can he do it? Orochimaru's mouth twitched. What on earth was Kanna thinking, actually planning to make a rubbish into a big boss? Why not, Orochimaru, don't underestimate Danzo, no one is more suitable to take the blame than him. Kanna has thought it through. When capturing the tailed beast, she will say that this is Danzo's order, and Danzo is the behind-the-scenes leader of the Akatsuki organization. On the other hand, Obito also encountered some troubles. Kakashi and Might Guy followed Kanna's orders to find Obito in the Land of Water. With Obito's ability, it would be easy to take back his eyes, but the two knew his situation well, so he was kicked by Might Guy. Damn, how did the two people on the opposite side know his ability? Kakashi stared at the masked man with his one eye, and the other party gave him a very familiar feeling. And he remembered what Kanna said to him before, maybe the identity of the masked man can bring you a surprise. Kakashi speculated that Kanna might know the identity of the masked man, and he and the masked man might know each other. Kakashi looked at Obito's one-eyed Sharingan, and seemed to think of something, and blurted out. Obito, you are Obito, right? Ah, Kakashi, the Obito you are talking about is Uchiha Obito, isn't he dead? Might Guy next to him asked with a puzzled look. Kakashi ignored Might Guy, and approached the masked man with excitement, even letting down his guard. Obito, I finally found you. Obito was in a very complicated mood at the moment. Minato Namikaze didn't recognize him at first, but Kakashi did. Could this be? Might Guy was also in a bad mood. As soon as Kakashi saw Obito, he forgot about him. Could this be? Might Guy's guess was right. Obito was a scumbag. The moment Kakashi approached him, he attacked Kakashi and dug out his Sharingan. Might Guy was shocked and hurried forward to rescue Kakashi. However, Obito did not kill Kakashi. Instead, he took this opportunity to grab Might Guy's shoulder and sucked him into the Kamui space. Obito, why? Kakashi didn't care about having his Sharingan dug out. This was originally Obito's. As for Might Guy being sucked into the Kamui space, this was originally the countermeasure they had discussed. One person was sucked into the Kamui space, and one person fought outside. At this time, Obito could no longer use Kamui at will, otherwise the hollowed body parts would be attacked by Might Guy. Why Obito, why did you release the 9 tails to kill the teacher and the master's wife? Shut up, you are just a bastard. Only he and Kakashi were there. Since he was recognized by the other party, Obito did not pretend, took off his mask, and installed the Sharingan. Blinking his eyes, covering his right eye with one hand, he found that Kakashi's left eye could not be used, which was very fucked. Kakashi, what's wrong with this eye? Ah! Kakashi finally reacted and explained a little embarrassedly, because the last time my eyes were taken away by the Hokage for a day and a night, and the weather was hot, so the eyes can't be used, but don't worry, Obito, I have coated the eyes with a layer of film, and the eyes will not rot. Kakashi explained a little embarrassedly. Obito was shocked. No wonder he felt something was wrong when he got the Sharingan. You even coated the eyes. Damn, your eyes are useless, and you still trust your sister coating your sister. At this time, Obito had lost his mind and rushed towards Kakashi quickly. Sorry, Obito, I didn't protect Rin well. Kakashi sighed and quickly formed seals with both hands, Chidori. When Kakashi's Chidori passed through Obito's abdomen, it did not cause any damage to Obito, but Obito still spit out blood. Obviously, his abdomen was attacked by Might Guy. And this was the result of Might Guy's mercy. After all, Obito is Kakashi's good friend, and he is also Kakashi's good friend. Rounding off, he and Obito are old friends. Damn it! Obito covered his abdomen and stared at Kakashi. He was careless and actually sucked the enemy into the Kamui space. Kakashi quickly persuaded, Obito, surrender. I will plead with the 5th generation. Shut up, Kakashi, you idiot, maybe you don't know yet. Obito also had an idea at this moment. At most, he would not use Kamui for 10 days or half a month, and wait until Might Guy inside died of lack of water in the Kamui space before using it. The 5th generation Hokage Kanna Kamui you mentioned, is now the leader of the Akatsuki organization. I seem to hear someone talking about me. Just at this moment, a voice that made Obito unbelievable came into his ears. It was Kanna Kamui they had just discussed. Kanna turned into a lightning and rushed over, standing opposite Obito. Senior Afei, you seem to have a lot of opinions about me. Obito looked ugly. In front of Kanna, if he didn't have Kamui, it would be a luxury to even escape. Hokage-sama. Kakashi, you don't need to say anything. Kanna waved her hand. Obito released the 9 tails, killed Minato Namikaze and his wife, and caused a large number of Konoha ninjas to sacrifice. He has betrayed the Wall of Fire. Kakashi wanted to refute that the number of people who died in the 9 Tails Rebellion was less than a fraction of the number of people you killed in Konoha. You can't be so hypocritical, right? But Kanna is the Hokage. Although she is wearing the clothes of the Akatsuki organization, the character of this Hokage is that it does not allow others to question it, so he really dare not question it. Kanna was not polite either. She condensed lightning in her palm and used a move similar to the Chidori sharp spear to hit Obito's crotch. So fast! It was obviously too late for Obito to dodge. He had no choice but to partially blur it. Might Guy in the Kamui space was about to punch him, but when he found that it was a local position, he quickly put away his fist. Because this punch would definitely destroy Obito's Kunkan, and Kakashi would definitely blame him at that time. Might Guy thought about it, turned behind his back, and formed a tiger seal with his hands. Konoha's secret technique, 1000 years of killing. Chapter 25. Obito twitched all over, limping and trying to move to the side. However, what made him angry was that Kanna-chan's lightning beam also moved with him, making him remain partially blurred. Kanna, this beast, dared to humiliate him like this. Might Guy was also a beast, and he released the 1000 years of death again and again, and he was about to break apart. Kanna calculated the time, it was almost 5 minutes, so she put away the lightning beam. Obito fell to the ground with a look of being played. Konoha's buttocks were facing up, and there were bursts of green smoke. Kanna's mouth twitched, thinking what on earth did Might Guy do in there? He is really a beast. Obito used his remaining willpower, his eyes swirled in a space vortex, and released the beast inside, and then he fainted. Might Guy, who came out, still kept the action of the physical skill secret of the 1000 years of death with both hands, and there was a little bit of feces on his fingertips. Might Guy looked around and found Kanna behind him. He was about to say hello. Hokage, why are you here? Might Guy, don't come over. Kanna quickly dodged. When he read the original work, he thought Might Guy was a hot-blooded idiot. He didn't expect that he had learned Kakashi's bad habits. Might Guy was confused. He didn't understand why the Hokage was afraid of him. He shook his head and looked at Obito, who was already unconscious. I'm sorry, Obito. I used rough means to stop you. Kanna went forward and dug out Obito's eyes. After checking Obito's body again, she picked up Obito and threw him to Kakashi after finding no Sharingan. Kakashi, Obito is in your hands. After thinking for a while, Kanna added, you can do whatever you want with him. Thank you, Hokage. Kakashi was excited. It seemed that Obito's life was saved. Since Kanna said that Obito was at his disposal, no one would dare to do anything to him even if she brought Obito back to Konoha. Kanna saw Kakashi's excited face, and she felt a chill in her heart. Damn, why are all the characters in Naruto so angry? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, Kakashi and Obito, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Naruto and Sasuke. Kanna can conclude from this that Oda is 100% A. After handing Obito over to Kakashi, Kanna did not return to Konoha, but returned to the Hidden Rain village and found Nagato. Pain, notify all members of the Akatsuki organization to come back to the base for a meeting in 3 days. The plan to capture the tailed beast is about to begin. Nagato frowned and asked, Kanna Kamui, what is your plan? Just like you, peace in the ninja world. Kanna left after leaving these words. He still had to talk to Kisame. On the other side, Kisame and Uchiha Itachi also received a notice from Nagato that Akatsuki would hold a general meeting in 3 days. Kisame squinted at Uchiha Itachi, who had one eye turned grey and the scroll behind him was gone. Mr. Itachi, I doubt that you need to use Izanaga just to deal with a few ordinary rebel ninjas. Ah, I was careless and didn't dodge. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was in a particularly relaxed mood, looking up at the blue sky and showing a faint smile. Suddenly a huge shadow flashed by, and Uchiha Itachi was startled. What is that? Before the two could react, the creature in the sky turned back and swooped down to the ground. Boom! Smoke and dust rolled, and Uchiha Itachi and Kisame quickly picked up their weapons to defend themselves. When the smoke and dust dissipated a little, the first thing that came into view was a huge light blue eyeball, which was full of oppression. When the smoke and dust all dissipated, what came into view was a furry light blue western fat dragon, which had no sense of oppression and was even very cute. The huge eyeball moved and looked at Uchiha Itachi, and a lowly voice sounded. Uchiha Itachi, what's wrong with your eyes? This voice, You are Kanna-chan. Itachi was stunned and did not react for a while. If this dragon is Kanna-chan, then it means that the other party cannot be Uchiha-tan, because the Uchiha clan does not have the ability to transform into a living thing, or in other words, the other party is a dragon's Jinchuriki. After hearing Kanna's voice, Kisame lowered his hand from the hilt and asked in surprise, Chief, what are you doing? Kisame, I have something for you. Kanna withdrew from the dragon form and turned into a human form. She took out Obito's Manjiki Sharingan from her pocket and said, You must be familiar with this Manjiki. Putting it on can make you even stronger. Kisame took the Sharingan and looked at it. He quickly recognized the pattern inside and grinned. He smiled and said, Chief, did you kill him? No, I handed him over to Kakashi. Kanna shook her head and said, Kisame, Kakashi was able to gain the reputation of the pirated ninja Hitaki Kakashi with a Sharingan. Your chakra is at least several dozen ka. I believe you are more suitable than him. Kisame didn't know what unit Kanna was talking about, but his chakra was indeed much more than Kakashi's. With the help of Samehada, his chakra was indeed dozens of times that of Kakashi. Kakashi was able to gain the reputation of the copy ninja Kakashi with a 3 Magatama Sharingan, let alone the Mangeki. Thank you, Chief. Hurry up and find someone to replace it. I'm afraid that this Mangeki will stink again after a long time. Kisame nodded and looked at Uchiha Itachi next to him. Mr. Itachi, do you mind helping me with an eye replacement surgery? I'd be happy to do it. Itachi was calm on the surface, but the shock in his heart had reached an extreme level. Kisame could recognize the pattern of this Sharingan, so he could recognize it too. I didn't expect that the masked man who made me so afraid would be dealt with by Kanna, and even his eyes were dug out. Wait, Kanna stopped the two of them, stared at Uchiha Itachi's eyes for a while, and then asked, Kisame, what's wrong with Uchiha Itachi's eyes? Oh, Mr. Itachi was careless when dealing with several rebellious ninjas from the Hidden Rock Village, and was forced to use Izanagi. Is that so? Go ahead, I'll protect you. Kanna nodded, but didn't ask any more. Although Uchiha Itachi was blind in one eye, Kanna knew that he still had Shisui's Mangeki, and his strength had not decreased. In the Naruto world, the eye replacement technology is very simple. Even Nohara Rin can replace Kakashi with Obito's eyes. I think Uchiha Itachi, no matter how good he is, will not be worse than Nohara Rin at the beginning. While waiting for Kisame to replace his eyes, Kanna found a branch and drew on the ground out of boredom. Not long after, Kisame finally came out and saw Kanna drawing a little kid's head on the ground, and couldn't help but feel curious. Chief, who did you draw? Oh, that's a dear friend of mine. I killed him because of his brother's stupidity. Kanna replied nonchalantly. However, when Kanna looked at Kisame, she was immediately dumbfounded. One of Kisame's eyes was a bean-sized bean-shaped eye, and the other eye was Obito's Mangeki Sharingan. The two eyeballs were one large and one small, extremely asymmetrical, and when put together, they looked like cross-eyed. Chapter 26. Finally, Kanna couldn't stand Kisame's cross-eyed look, so she made him look like Kakashi. Cover his Sharingan, leaving only a small eye. Uchiha Itachi didn't say a word the whole time, only his clenched fist proved his inner restlessness. Kanna just drew Sasuke on the ground, and said that it was his stupidity that led to Sasuke's death. There was just one thing that he couldn't figure out: how did he become a little loli with terrifying strength when he was just an ordinary Uchiha boy, and this little loli can also turn into a dragon, which is very puzzling. Just as he was thinking about it, a lowly voice came. My dear friend, is he doing well now? Uchiha Itachi was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and whispered, he is fine, he will grow up as an ordinary person. Kanna nodded, and didn't ask more questions. At this point in time, Sasuke and Naruto are no longer important. He will be the director of the ninja world, and he can arrange the script as he wants. 3 days later, Akatsuki headquarters. Pain, Konan, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu, Haiden, Orochimaru, Zetsu, 10 people gathered together. Kanna, who was as short as a winter melon, stood at the front of the 10 people, looking at the 10 people opposite face to face. Now I will issue the task, Orochimaru, you are responsible for the bug of the god of death, and the 4th generation of Hokage is reincarnated by the impure world. Is there any problem? I will try my best. The impure world reincarnation is not perfect yet. Kanna has told Orochimaru the steps to fix the bug of the god of death, but Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation at this time is indeed not perfect. You'd better hurry up. You must finish it before collecting all the 1 tael to 8 tael. Kanna gave a death order directly, and then cast her eyes on Haydn, and asked in a baby voice, Haydn, do you want to fight with me? Chief, you are joking. Just tell me what you want, and I will go through fire and water. Haydn was so regretful at this time. Who would have thought that the 5th Hokage would be a little lowly? The key is that this little lowly also joined a rebellious ninja organization. Who would believe it if she told others? Kanna stared at Haydn with her light blue eyes for a while. Considering that Haydn is his little brother now, she decided to let Kakuzu teach him a little lesson and let it go. Everyone, I'm giving you a mission now. Except for Orochimaru, all members of Akatsuki will attack the Sand Village together and capture the 1-tailed Jinchuriki. Scorpion said in a deep voice, Leader, capturing the 1-tailed Jinchuriki only needs to be handed over to me and Deidara's team. Kanna glanced at Scorpion indifferently. Scorpion, are you teaching me how to do things? No. Scorpion shut up obediently. Kanna snorted coldly and glanced at everyone. I re-announce the gang rules of the Akatsuki organization. There will be no 2-person teams in the future. Our Akatsuki organization will only fight in groups. No matter what mission we do, there must be no less than 6 people. Also, when fighting, no one can take off the Akatsuki organization's clothes. Kanna said here, it seems that Konan was killed by Obito while wearing Akatsuki's clothes, so she added, except Konan. Konan. Kanna ignored Konan. In his opinion, the Akatsuki organization played a good hand of cards badly. It was obvious that they could fight in a group, but they chose to go to death in pairs. It was simply sick. Next, we will officially start the action. Remember, we must tell the outside world about all our actions. This is Danzo's order. Kanna used her chubby little fist to smash the stone door with one punch, and pointed her finger forward. There is no opponent ahead of us, go. Although everyone felt that Kanna's order was inexplicable, they still followed Kanna's order obediently. Except for Orochimaru, who still needs to study the reincarnation of the dead, the other 9 people set off in the direction of the Sand Village. Sand Village, it's sunny and windy in the Sand Village today. A large clay bird flew through the air, and 9 figures jumped down from the back of the bird. These 9 people were the Akatsuki group. Konan glanced at Pain, a little worried about Nagato's health, and persuaded him, Pain, we have enough combat power here, I don't think you need to join the war. No, Konan, I think it's time for these big countries to feel the pain of our small countries. Pain replied lightly, pointing his finger at the entrance of the Sand Village, and said with a domineering face, just fight in. Pain rushed forward as soon as he finished speaking. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Feijuan waved the bloody march sickle and followed closely. This Feijuan is really an idiot. Kakuzu complained and followed him. The others followed Pain's steps, and the 9 of them rushed to the Sand Village together. There is an intruder, quickly fire a flare. At the entrance of the Sand Village, the ninja in charge of guarding took out a bamboo tube, pulled the fuse, and shot a flare into the sky. The flare exploded, and the entire Sand Village was alert at once. Pain didn't care at all, and stretched out his hands, Shinra Tensei. Boom! The gate was broken by Shinra Tensei, and the guarding ninja was blasted in together. The 9 members of the Akatsuki organization jumped in together with the smoke and dust, and did not take the next step. Pain stood in the C position, full of oppression. After a long time, Luosha came over on the golden sand, looked at the intruder with a vigilant face, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. There were several tough guys that he recognized alone. Kisame, the S-Class Rebel Ninja from Kirigakure, Uchiha Itaki, the S-Class Pervert from Konoha, Kakuzu, the S-Class Rebel Ninja from Takigakure. He didn't know the leader, Pain, but he was standing in the center, and his eyes frightened him, and he was the leader of this group of people. Who are you? Why are you invading our sand village? We are under the order of Danzo Shimura to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Pain was not in a hurry, they had absolute strength, and one Raza was not enough for them to fight, so they should wait for more ninjas to come and let him feel the pain. 4th Kazekage Rosa, please hand over the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Shimura Danzo. Rosa was confused, thinking when did Danzo become so awesome? He actually had so many S-Class rebel ninjas as his subordinates. Wasn't he driven out of Konoha village by the 5th Hokage of Konoha just asking him to hand over the one tail? That's impossible. Are you kidding me, sir? It seems like it's time for you to feel the pain. Pain waved his hand, disperse. Yohi. Following Pain's order, Haiden was the first to rush towards Raza. After Raza dodged, Kakuzu followed closely behind and used the Earth's Grudge. Damn, what the hell is this? Raza quickly wrapped himself in gold sand. Then Deidara threw out a few clay birds, and put his middle and index fingers together at his mouth. Art is explosion, hee hee. Boom. The explosion sounded throughout the sand village, and other sand village ninjas rushed over here. Chapter 27. The sand village is now in chaos, and Luo Sha is struggling. He knows that if this continues, the sand village is likely to be destroyed. As more and more ninjas from the sand village come to support, others also start to take action. Kisame forms seals with both hands, water escape, water shark bullet technique. A water shark made of water rushes towards a group of sand ninjas. Kisame follows closely behind, waving same hata to kill one after another. Konan waves her wings, and countless detonating tags shoot out from her wings, bombing the ground in a blanket manner. Not only ninjas, but also countless buildings collapsed, and the wailing of civilians was everywhere. It's time for sanctions. Pain opens his hands, Shinra Tensei. Boom. The sand ninjas surrounding him were cleared out, with countless casualties. Deidara saw that most of the limelight was taken away by the former leader and Konan, and he also created a large number of clay birds. Art is explosion, hey! Brother Scorpion, let's go together. Deidara summoned a giant clay bird and invited Scorpion. Hey! So boring. Scorpion said he was bored, but he still took out the puppet of the 3rd Kazekage and jumped on the clay bird. Magnetic escape, sand iron boundary technique. Sand iron boundary technique is the 3rd Kazekage's largest and most dense attack. Super large-scale sand iron thorns fell from the sky, and countless sand ninjas were pierced through their bodies. The sand ninjas had no resistance to this move. Following closely was the clay bird falling from the sky. For improvisation, it's already amazing, hey! Boom! A Patrick suddenly appeared and disappeared, and civilians, ninjas, and buildings turned into ashes under Patrick. At this moment, Cho finally appeared, and summoned his father and mother in a very unsportsmanlike manner to restrain Scorpion. Deidara finally got interested when he saw Cho coming. Oh, finally a decent opponent has come. Deidara, step back, leave this old woman to me. Obviously, Scorpion didn't want others to interfere with his fight with Cho. On the other side of the battlefield, Kakuzu divided 3 Earth Resentment masks and cooperated with Haiden to harvest lives. It's almost over, Haiden, give him a decent look. The conditions are ready. Haiden turned into a zebra-skinned Haiden, I can finally feel that pain. The three masked earth resentment faced Haydn, and began to condense the energy of fire, wind, and thunder in their mouths. Hey, hey, hey! Brother Kakuzu, wait! However, Kakuzu didn't want to wait, and directly controlled the earth resentment to attack Haydn. Boom! After the explosion, Haydn's body was blown to pieces, and only his head was intact. At the same time, the body of the elite jonin of the sand village opposite was connected to Haydn, and he died directly. Kakuzu came to Haydn and looked down at him. Haydn looked puzzled. Kakuzu, why there is no need to do this? Haydn, don't blame me, this is the leader's order. Haydn. After that, Kakuzu cut off Haydn's head and said in a sympathetic tone, Haydn, you may have to soak in the cesspool for a few days. Haydn. Pain watched all this silently. At this moment, Uchiha Itaki returned to his side with the unconscious Gaara in his arms. Pain glanced at Gaara indifferently. Is this the Jinchuriki of the One Tail? Yes. Uchiha Itaka can be said to be the most lazy member besides Black Zetsu. Except for capturing Gaara, he did not make a move once. The One Tail has been captured, disperse. With Pain's order, all members gathered towards Pain. Old woman, I don't want to play with you anymore. Scorpion, wait. Cho tried to stop them, but two clay birds suddenly appeared and attacked her. Cho had no choice but to avoid them. Conan returned to Pain. Let's go, Pain. Pain shook his head and waved to everyone. You go first, I still have some things to deal with. The goal has been achieved, there is no need for us to. Enough, Conan, it's time to let the big country experience the pain of the small country. After Pain finished speaking, his feet slowly left the ground, and he was going to start chanting. How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice? I'll give you a bag of rice, and I'll wash a bag of rice. Seeing that Nagato's second-year syndrome had recurred, Conan gritted her teeth and obediently followed the main group to leave, so as not to be affected. At this time, Luosha dared to come out of the sand ball, looked up at Pain, and wondered what this guy wanted to do. I give a bag of rice to Dole, a bag of rice I washed so much mud off the bag of rice, but you didn't return the money and scolded me. There's mud on every grain of rice. Who cares about your bag of rice? Pain had already flown to the center of Sand Village, opened his hands, and announced the fate of Sand Village lightly. Okay, add water. Boom boom boom. The super strong repulsive force, with the Kazekage office building under Pain's feet as the center, began to spread to the surroundings. All the buildings, ninjas, and civilians were pushed to the edge of Sand Village by this repulsive force. The repulsive force began to spread, and in less than 10 seconds, Sand Village had disappeared, leaving only a huge pit in place. Rosa came out of the sand ball, looking at the ruins around him with a blank face, and a sense of despair enveloped his heart. What's going on my Sand Village? Rosa roared, absolutely unforgivable. It seems that you have understood the pain a little. Just then, Pain landed in front of Rosa, but my pain is greater than yours. After Pain finished speaking, he pointed his palm at Rosa, Shinra Tensei. Boom! Weakness is the original sin, the fourth Kazekage, you are too weak. Pain left with these words and left without looking back. In fact, it was very simple for him to kill Luosha, but Kanna said that Luosha was still useful, so he was spared. Today, the Sand Village suffered heavy losses. Half of the Jonin were reduced, and the only elite Jonin Maki was also dead. Originally, there was a hero, Yakang, but unfortunately he was also killed by Luosha not long ago. At this moment, the Sand Village, except for Luo Sha and Cho, two cage-level strong men, is almost the same as the Kyuzagakuer village. What else can Luo Sha do now? Of course, he will first seek comfort from his godfather Kanna. On the other side, the Akatsuki organization will also arrive at the Akatsuki base with the Evil Nine. Kanna looked at the small Gaara and sighed slightly. After all, Gaara is still just a child. Well done, pull out the tailed beast. Kakuzu asked while holding Phaeton's head. Chief, do you really want to throw Phaeton's head into the cesspool? No, Chief, I know I was wrong. Don't throw me into the pit. It will kill people. Feijuan's head begged for mercy. Kanna looked at Feijuan's head and sighed slightly. After all, Feijuan is just a child in his 20s. Thinking of this, Kanna waved her hand indifferently. Just throw him into the pit for 2.5 hours. When the punishment is over, Kakuzu, you help him find a body to take back, and then let him come back to continue sealing the tailed beast. Phaeton. Others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. In order to punish Feijuan, even the sealing of the tailed beast can be delayed. How stingy! Chapter 28. It takes 3 days for Akatsuki to seal the Jinchuriki. Kanna has no chakra, so she will not participate. Even if he has chakra, he does not have the patience, so he simply returns to Kanna. However, he has just returned to Kanna, and Narashika has already reported to him the news of Sand Village's request for help. In the Hokage's office, Kanna sat in the first seat and looked at the ninjas below, pretending to know nothing. Shika, what do you think of Sand Village's request for help this time? The Akatsuki attacked Sand Village this time. Almost all of them are at the level of Kage, and the leader is a being with the Samsara eye. Narashika's expression became serious. There is just one thing I am very confused about. Why would such a being obey the orders of a rebel ninja like Danzo? Maybe it's an employment relationship. I'm just curious about what Danzo's purpose is in capturing the tailed beasts. Kanna said indifferently, looking at Jiraiya intentionally or unintentionally. However, Jiraiya was also very upset at this time. He knew that his 3 disciples were the founders of the Akatsuki organization, and the one who possessed the Samsara eye should be Nagato. Kanna saw that Jiraiya did not seem to intend to betray his disciples, so she was too lazy to waste time. Okay, I will investigate Danzo personally, and don't bother with the Sand Village. Hokage, isn't this a bit bad? The Sand Village is our ally after all. Narashika felt that this was a bit unfair. At least send a leading ninja and 3 genin to do it. Tisk, the Sand Village and the Cloud Village are already half crippled, and they will be annexed by our Kanna sooner or later. I forgot to tell you that the Mist Village has surrendered to me, and only the Rock Village is left. Kanna waved her hand indifferently. The alliance is based on the fact that the strength of both sides is similar, and the Sand Village can be kicked out of the top 5 ninja villages as long as Raza and Cho are killed. Everyone was shocked. They thought Kanna was just scaring off the Hidden Mist Village, but they didn't expect that she actually conquered the entire Hidden Mist Village. Just as Kanna was about to go out, Jiraiya called him. God Hokage, what is your purpose? To unify the ninja world, didn't I say that a long time ago? Kanna looked at Jiraiya with a puzzled look, not understanding what this old guy was trying to do. However, Jiraiya began to brainwash Kanna again. God Hokage, I think the peace that has been hard-won should not be easily provoked into a war. Once the war starts, countless people will die and countless families will be broken. As long as people understand each other, they can let go of hatred. Jiraiya kept talking. He really hated war. Kanna's head hurt when she heard it. He really couldn't understand the brain circuits of these people. Were they brainwashed by the will of fire or what? Let's talk about the hidden mist village. I conquered them without killing anyone, and you are still brainwashing me. Jiraiya, I believe that mutual understanding is possible. Letting go of hatred is a joke in hell. This is not a joke. Just like the fifth Hokage killed many people in Konoha, including my teacher. I understand that you did this for the better development of Konoha, so I let go of hatred, and the villagers also let go. Bang! Enough, Lord Jiraiya. Lord Hokage is not someone you can comment on. Before Jiraiya finished speaking, Narashikaze slammed the table and interrupted. It's not that Narashikaze has a bad temper. The reason why he did this is entirely for Jiraiya. Kanna finally calmed down, and Konoha was also moving in a good direction. If Kanna was angered, I believe no one present would plead for Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I believe you have indeed let go of your hatred, but you don't think that others have let go of their hatred like you, right? Kanna glanced at Jiraiya and continued unhappily, those people outside who respectfully call me Hokage on the surface actually wish I would die in their hearts. This is impossible. Nothing is impossible. The Nine-Tail has the ability to read the good and evil of others. Those people are full of malice towards me. I just don't bother to deal with that group of ants. Do you understand? After hearing Kanna's words, let alone Jiraiya, the people present also broke out in a cold sweat. It was the first time they knew that the Nine-Tail had such an ability. You should know that when Kanna just became Hokage, more than 90% of the people present wished Kanna would die sooner. Of course, that was only in the past. Since Kanna distributed power and no longer managed Konoha, their malice had long disappeared. Jiraiya frowned, he still didn't believe it. He saw Kanna walking on the street, almost everyone respectfully called him Hokage-sama. How could it be fake? Jiraiya, I am not afraid to tell you that the leader of the Akatsuki organization is your apprentice Nagato. At the same time, Nagato is also the leader of the Rain Country. The 5 major countries fought and the battle took place in the Rain Country. And the people of the Rain Country are fully qualified to hate the 5 major countries. Nagato invaded the Sand Village for revenge. If my guess is correct, the next target of revenge is the Cloud Village. After listening to Kanna's words, Jiraiya could no longer sit still and stood up to walk outside. Kanna's voice came again, Jiraiya, you are not thinking of stopping Nagato, are you? Nagato's path is wrong. As a teacher, I have the responsibility to guide him back to the right path. The faces of others were a little ugly. What on earth did Jiraiya want to do? Such important information was actually concealed. Since Nagato dared to take revenge on the Sand Village, he must dare to take revenge on Konoha. If the 5th Hokage and the Nine-Tails were in Konoha by then, it would be fine. If they were not, Konoha might not be able to resist the invasion of the Akatsuki organization. Kanna sneered, Jiraiya, why do you think Nagato's approach is wrong? Since Nagato has the ability to take revenge, if he does nothing, then the people who died tragically in the Land of Rain during the war will become clowns, right? Kanna has always believed that the 3 views of the Hokage are very problematic. It's just like the forced whitewashing of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. Although we have killed many people, we all have our own difficulties, and we want to be a good person now, and hope everyone understands. It feels like Xiaorizai's speech. Although we have killed many people, we have our own difficulties, and we just want to be a good person now, and hope everyone understands. Kanna's idea is relatively simple. I am strong. If I say I want to kill your whole family, I will kill your whole family. If I say I want to destroy your country, I will destroy your country. I don't need others to forgive me. Weakness is the original sin. Jiraiya was very upset. Although he did not agree with Kanna's ideas, he had to say that what Kanna said made a lot of sense. In the end, Jiraiya left the village, and Kanna did not stop him. If Jiraiya really went to find Nagato, then he would die. It was hard to persuade a damned ghost with kind words. Chapter 29. Kanna was about to go find Orochimaru, and suddenly thought of Obito, who seemed to be still in Konoha village, so she asked, "Kakeo, where is Obito now?" "Obito, he is at Kakashi's house now." Kanna squinted her eyes and looked around, and found that the expressions of the people present were normal. No need to look, Kakashi concealed what Obito did. But she didn't care much. The number of people Obito killed in Konoha was not even a fraction of her own. For Kanna, Konoha was just a tool to complete the system tasks. However, when Kanna came to Kakashi's house, opened the door and saw Obito, she was stunned. Because Obito actually changed into a pair of Sharingan. "Obito, I remember checking when you were unconscious, you don't have any Sharingan at all." Kanna squinted at him. "Where did you get these Sharingan? Did Black Zetsu give them to you?" "Hokage-sama." "Kakashi, shut up, I'm the Hokage." Kakashi wanted to help Obito explain, but was stopped by Kanna, still staring at Obito. "Oh, Chief, are you sure you checked it out?" Obito also retorted, "And Chief, you seem to know a lot." His dream was shattered when Kanna dug out his Manjiki Sharingan, and at most he would die. Kanna was stunned for a moment. He knew from the original book that Obito had many Sharingan, so he checked it out. But there was no very detailed inspection. Maybe Obito installed the Sharingan in secret places such as the bug bag or kun. Thinking of this, Kanna simply stopped struggling and put on a cute expression and smiled. "Obito, do you want to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki?" "What leader? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you after I become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki?" "It doesn't matter, we are just friends." Kanna waved her hand with a nonchalant look. "As long as you are willing, I will let you become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki." "No." Obito answered without hesitation. Judging from Kanna's style of doing things since her debut, you don't need to look to know that this Ten Tails Jinchuriki is a pit. Don't worry, you still have time to think about it. I will find you after I seal all 9-tailed beasts. Kanna left after leaving these words, without hiding the fact that Kakashi was also present. Kakashi watched Kanna leave, and quickly grabbed Obito's arm and asked, "Obito, what exactly is the Ten Tails Jinchuriki that the 5th Hokage mentioned?" "Let go of me, Kakashi. I haven't forgiven you yet." Obito was furious when he thought of Rin's death. However, his chakra was sealed now, and he couldn't escape. Kakashi suppressed him tightly. "I won't let go unless you tell me." "Kakashi, let go." "Obito, unless you tell me in person." Outside the door, Might Guy, who heard the movement inside, wanted to cry without tears. He should have been under the car, not in the car. After Kanna left Konoha, she came to the Hidden Sound village. At this time, Orochimaru had found the mask of the Uzumaki clan and the white Zetsu borrowed from Black Zetsu. "Are you sure?" "It just so happens that I'm changing my body during this time period, so it shouldn't be a problem. If it fails, please find my lovely apprentice and use the Heaven's Curse seal to revive me." "Of course, no problem." Kanna is very confident in Orochimaru. After all, he is the only man in the ninja world who tells everyone to believe in science. In the original work, Orochimaru successfully performed the Shikigami Fujinkai. Not only did he successfully take back the hands sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen from the god of death, but he also successfully filthy-eared Kanna F4. Then, before he was completely dead, he used the reincarnation of the dead to avoid the one-for-one contract with the god of death. After that, Orochimaru put on the god of death mask and started to perform magic. Kanna was so upset. Is the science master performing magic? After a while, a shadow of the god of death appeared behind Orochimaru. The god of death cut open his stomach, and a soul flew out of the god of death's stomach. Then Orochimaru's body showed the same wounds as the god of death. Kanna half closed her eyes and looked at the god of death, thinking that this thing was somewhat similar to Feijuan's skills. Is there any inevitable connection between the god of death and the evil god leader? Get ready. Kanna nodded and ordered the two white Zetsu volunteers next to her. White Zetsu, open your mouth. I don't want it. White Zetsu refused without hesitation. Kanna emphasized, be obedient, open your mouth. Don't. Kanna, who was very hot-tempered, knocked a white Zetsu down with one punch, and used brute force pried open his mouth. Another white Zetsu was also tied up by Orochimaru's pet snake. Immortal Reincarnation Technique. After Orochimaru performed the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, he immediately used the Corpse Reincarnation Technique, spitting out a snake from his mouth and quickly drilling into the mouth of a white Zetsu. The next moment, this white Zetsu turned into the appearance of Orochimaru. Kanna ignored Orochimaru, but focused on the other white Zetsu that was wrapped in countless debris. The next moment, a yellow-haired man wearing a Konoha forehead protector and a white divine robe emerged from the debris. It was the golden flash of the ninja world, Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze opened his eyes and saw a little loli. The little loli was 1.1 meters tall, wearing a white divine robe with the red characters of the fifth Hokage printed on it, silver-purple twin ponytails, blue eyes and horns on her head. You are the fifth Hokage. Yes, I am the fifth Hokage of Konoha, Kanna Kamui. Kanna put the Hokage hat hanging on her waist on her head and introduced herself. Minato Namikaze was confused. This little girl looked about 7 years old. How did she become the fifth Hokage? Well, are you sure you are the fifth Hokage? I thought the fifth Hokage would be Jiraiya or Tsunade. It's simple, because I am the firm successor of the Will of Fire, and I am the strongest in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen knelt down and begged me to be the Hokage. Alas! Kanna spread her hands and said in a helpless tone, it's hard for me to refuse the old man's request, so I can only agree reluctantly. Orochimaru next to him twitched his lips when he heard this. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless person who even lied to the dead. He thought it would be very interesting if Sarutobi Hiruzen was resurrected at this time. Namikaze Minato knew a little about Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he naturally didn't believe it, not to mention that Kanna was now hanging out with Orochimaru, the S-rank rebel ninja of Konoha. But this was not something he, a dead man, should care about. He only cared about Naruto. Well, how is Naruto doing now? Kanna answered seriously, Naruto is doing well now, he eats well, drinks well, and has a girlfriend. After all, he is the son of a hero, so his treatment will not be low. That's good. Minato Namikaze was relieved, I knew that the third generation would definitely take good care of Naruto. That's right, that's right. Kanna quickly agreed, who in Konoha doesn't know Master Naruto? He was promoted to a Chunin at the age of 8. He is a genius of this generation of Konoha. No, he is still far behind the 5th generation Hokage. He became a Hokage at a young age. After the two of them complimented each other for a while, Minato Namikaze finally asked Kanna about the purpose of his impure world reincarnation. By the way, 5th generation, what's the matter with you reincarnating me? Nothing special, I just want the yin 9 tails in your body. Minato namikaze. Orochimaru. Chapter 30. Minato looked at Kanna, his colleague, with a dull expression. It was hard to imagine that Kanna, the 5th Hokage, resurrected him, the 4th Hokage, for the yin 9 tails in his body. However, Minato Namikaze's nickname Little Sun was not a lie, and he soon put on a gentle smile. 5th Hokage, can you tell me what happened? Something big happened. Kanna immediately changed to a serious expression and said, the Otsutsuki aliens are invading, and we need to gather 9-tailed beasts and make them into 10 tails to resist. Minato Namikaze was stunned. Although Kanna's words were a bit confusing, he still understood the general idea, which was to gather 9-tailed beasts to form the 10 tails. Who are the Otsutsuki? The Otsutsuki don't refer to a certain person, but an alien, similar to the people of the Land of Fire. Kanna explained here, and then changed the subject. Of course, Minato, you can also refuse, in which case I can only hand over Naruto. I agree. Namikaze Minato answered without hesitation. Although he hadn't asked clearly what was going on, he knew that once the Jinchuriki lost the tailed beast, the only consequence would be death. Can you tell me the details? Although I am a reincarnated one, I may be able to help a little. No, Minato, you can't help at all, because your attack power is too low. Kanna ordered Orochimaru beside him, Uncle Snake, prepare a coffin for Minato to sleep in. Namikaze Minato was obviously unconvinced. Don't underestimate me, 5th generation, I am the man who created the Raise Nan. Kanna looked up at him with contempt, and said unhappily, your Raise Nan has too low attack power, short distance, and small attack range. Except in addition to the Raise Nan, I also created many cool moves. Namikaze Minato proudly began to introduce his moves. For example, the 3 styles of Spiral Flash, Super Wheel Dance Roar, and the Flying Thunder God Ghost Fire Double Jump, and the Suffocation Explosion technique like a Python Entanglement, the 8-star 8-sword Fairy Flower 1000-year Explosion technique. Stop, stop, stop. Kanna hurriedly called for a stop and pointed to her forehead. Minato, use your strongest attack to hit here. This is not good. Minato felt that the 5th generation Hokage was crazy. He had never heard of such a request in his life. Kanna took out a kunai and stabbed it at her forehead without hesitation. Ding! The kunai broke, and there was no mark on Kanna's forehead. See, Minato, now it is the era of beauty contact lenses. No matter how fast you are, it is useless. You can't break anyone's defense at all. Orochimaru was amazed and wanted Kanna even more in his heart. According to the information obtained by Orochimaru, Kanna not only has strong physical defense, but also invincible mental defense, and can also turn into a giant fat dragon. Minato is a little autistic. Aren't ninjas all high attack and low defense? You are not a ninja at all. Just when Minato Namikaze was autistic, a person rushed in. It was our sexy son brother, Shimura Danzo. Orochimaru, Akatsuki has. As soon as Danzo came in, he saw Kanna and the evil world Minato Namikaze in the secret room, and his movements paused and he was silent for a moment. Well, I have something else to do, you guys are busy. Wait. Kanna called Danzo, with a smile on her face, you can't leave. Danzo stopped, secretly made seals with his hands, turned around and spit out a sharp wind escape from his mouth, slashing at Kanna like a sharp knife. Wind escape, vacuum wave. You are overestimating yourself. Kanna's little fat hands turned into dragon claws, and the vacuum wave could not cause any damage to the dragon claws. She came to Danzo and grabbed his head, pressing it hard to the floor. Boom! Danzo's head came into close contact with the floor, and he fell to the ground. Kanna glanced at Danzo's right arm and asked with some amusement, "Shimura Danzo, who is born evil, how many layers of bandages do you have?" "Go dame, you are." Namikaze Minato looked at all this with astonishment, thinking that Shimura Danzo was not a high-ranking official in Konoha. Why did Kanna, the 5th generation Hokage, attack Danzo? Oh, Shimura Danzo is now an S-level rebel ninja in Konoha. Kanna explained with a smile. Namikaze Minato nodded and did not ask more questions. When he was Hokage, he knew more or less about what Shimura Danzo did, but he didn't investigate thoroughly because Sarutobi Hiruzen was suppressing him. It seems that this new Hokage is more courageous than himself. Since the seal on Danzo's arm has not been lifted, he can't use Izanagi at all except Shisui's Mangeki. With no other options, he could only yell at Minato. "Namikaze, Minato, Kanna Kamui is the murderer who controlled the 9 tails to attack Konoha, and he also killed Hiruzen, Koharu, and En. He used force to oppress everyone to become Hokage. You should take him down quickly." What Minato? Namikaze was confused. After all, he had just been reborn from the impure world reincarnation, and all the news about the outside world came from Kanna. Orochimaru looked at Minato Namikaze vigilantly, ready to control him at any time. However, Kanna didn't care at all. To put it bluntly, Minato Namikaze couldn't even break his defense except for the Shikigami Fusion. "Okay Minato, don't pay attention to what these naturally evil people say." Kanna gestured to Orochimaru, "Uncle Snake, let Minato go back to the coffin first." Although Minato Namikaze still had a lot to ask, he was controlled by Orochimaru and stepped into the coffin step by step. Orochimaru looked at Danzo and asked in a hoarse voice, "Chief, what are you going to do with Danzo?" "Seal him up first. I'll give you Shisui's Mangeki. It's not time for him to go on stage yet." Orochimaru was not polite and rolled up Danzo with his tongue. Danzo looked grim. "Orochimaru, you will regret it." Orochimaru did not refute that I was who I was. His 5 fingers ignited purple flames, and the flames showed the words fire, earth, wind, thunder, and water. 5 elements seal. After that, Danzo's Mangeki Sharingan was dug out, his chakra was sealed, and then he was swallowed by a big snake. Seeing that everything was done, Kanna waved to Orochimaru. "Okay, Uncle Orochimaru, since Minato has been reincarnated, you should go back to Akatsuki to help. The leader is really good at ordering people around." Obviously, compared to helping Akatsuki, Orochimaru would rather stay in Otagakure village to do experiments. He is getting more and more greedy for Kanna's body, and he has a trump card, that is, the 1st generation Hokage, the 2nd generation Hokage, the 3rd generation Hokage, and other strong reincarnated masters. Since the replacement of the White Zetsu's sacrifice, the reincarnated masters have almost reached 100% of their strength before death. Hearing this, Kanna stopped and looked back at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, I am the leader of Akatsuki." Orochimaru. Thanks for tuning in. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe and share your thoughts. Until next time, happy listening.